Safanova, who is representing ILOA here for this program specially, and the speakers of today in this special program of International Lunar Observatory Association, and which is meeting here at Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium on the occasion of ILOA Galaxy Forum 2025. Okay, Galax program was there in New Delhi. It went very well, I understand. A lot of people had come from different countries. Considering the fact that India is it has become an emergent country in the domain of space, and today we have this program, special lecture series under Galax Forum India 2025. This is about the science on the moon, astronomy, astrobiology and cosmology. On behalf of ILOA and on behalf of Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium, I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for this special lecture series program today. And I'm sure that it would be very interesting. The president of ILOA, Dr. Steve Durst, would have been here, but due to some personal considerations, he had to go back. In his absence, we are meeting. Anyway, I'm sure that today's program will be very well steered by Dr. Margareta Safanova, with whom I'm in touch. And I understand that Galax Forum programs have already happened in Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium. Earlier, we have the earlier director, Dr. Shailaja, here, who is also going to speak in this program today. So, once again, let me tell you, in fact, this is about astronomy. We have a galaxy of speakers, galaxy or constellation, whatever I can say, in fact, depending on our perspective, galaxy of speakers about different subjects. It is very interesting that astronomy and the moon, it is a general thing, but we have specific topics here, astronomy and the more exciting astrobiology, as well as the all-pervading cosmology, in fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of ILOA, as well as on behalf of JNP, I'm going to, welcome to this program, and I thank Margarita for hosting it here in JNP. Thank you very much. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Guruprasad. The director unfortunately couldn't be here because due to personal family reasons. And as I said that, yes, science we can do collaboratively, remotely, in the absence of some supervisors, let's say, or students, but family you have to be there personally. So that's what his unfortunate urgent flight from Delhi had to happen, and he couldn't come. But we recorded his statement, we recorded his greeting, and we recorded his presentation. So I will right now run his recording. First, his presentation. His greeting.
Greetings and aloha, and welcome to Galaxy Forum India 2025 Bengaluru. I'm Steve Durst, the director of the International Lunar Observatory Association based in Hawaii, USA, and delighted to welcome you to Galaxy Forum India 2025 Bengaluru, thanks to the generosity of your director, Dr. Guru Prasad, and one of the directors of ILOA here in India, Dr. Margarita Safanova. I'm still in New Delhi and unfortunately won't be able to join you today for this event. we are featuring Science on the Moon, Astronomy, Astrobiology, and Cosmology. I do want to give my appreciation for this event that we've just finished, highlighting India's progress towards space and the moon, incredible, independent, innovative India. It's been a wonderful experience, and I'm very apologetic that I won't be able to join you today for the Galaxy Forum at Nehru Planetarium. We have missions that have already landed on the moon, that are preparing to go for the moon, that are international, involving China, India, and other countries. And I wish you a very successful, inspirational, and directional event today, and look forward to joining you if Dr. Guru Prasad is as generous in the future at some future date. So all my best, and ad astra. Mahalo, thank you.
And now I will run his presentation.
Greetings and
Sorry,
aloha,
sorry.
and welcome.
Now I will run his presentation.
Hello and aloha. Again, I'm Steve Durst, Director of the ILOA, International Lunar Observatory Association, based in Hawaii, USA, founded in 2007 as a non-profit, with the purpose to expand human understanding of the cosmos through observation from our moon, with Aloha. Our ILO-1 flagship mission that we've been pursuing for many years, with the destiny of Malapert Mountain at the south pole of the moon, has a number of primary objectives. The first, because of the importance of the galaxy to 21st century education, is to attempt to get the first image of the Milky Way galaxy from the surface of the moon, robotically and in this century. We also are going to be conducting a series of precursor proof of concept astronomy observations by inviting distinguished observatory astronomers from around the world to make these observations with our ILO-1 flagship on the moon. The third objective after galaxy imaging and astronomy observations is advancing Hawaii 21st century astrophysics, not necessarily by building bigger and bigger telescopes on limited amount of terrestrial surface, but putting our instruments way up high on the moon and opening a new frontier for astronomy from the moon. And with the communications capable and necessity for transmitting our scientific data, we also intend to broadcast, to initiate lunar broadcasting of a commercial nature from the surface of the moon. As well, we'll be doing Earth observation, extremely valuable, with many different functions and results, and participate in lunar base development and build-out. Besides our flagship mission, we have a number of precursor missions. One already accomplished last year, 2024, called ILOX, which traveled to the south pole of the moon, Malapert A, not quite the Malapert summit that we're aiming for, on the first lander of any kind from the USA in over 50 years, and the first independent commercial lander ever to successfully land on the moon. Our instruments are two instruments. You can see the narrow field of view instrument at the center, bottom center image, and the wide field instrument above that using a fisheye lens. Those instruments did receive over 300 images in transit with star trails and the approach to the lunar surface, and on the lunar surface, even though the landing was off nominal, The spacecraft tipped a little bit, and our instruments fixed to the lander were not able to image the galaxy or the astronomical objects we had hoped. But they are on the moon, our instruments now, awaiting repurposing and perhaps powering up at some day. On those instruments now are digital assets that have not been fully used, including our Space Calendar Weekly, which we're intending for lunar broadcasting. Another precursor in the future, building on what was learned from ILOX last year, is a collaboration called ILOC, which was selected by the China Space Agency for launch on the Chang'e 7 lander to the moon next year. This came about through an MOU through long collaboration with NAOC and has been enhanced by an MOU with Thailand's NARI, the National Astronomical Research Institute of Thailand, and our latest partner, Hong Kong University Lab for Space Research. The optical camera that is being built by one of the large industrial engineering companies in Beijing, called BISME, Beijing Institute of Space Mechanics and Electronics, built the very successful cameras for the Chang'e 1 through 6 program, as well as the camera on the Mars, the China Mars lander. ILOC, like ILO 1, also will try to advance Hawaii 21st century astronomy by conducting astronomy from the moon and acting in coordination with the magnificent observatories at the summit of Mauna Kea. We also had a precursor on the first China lander, the Chang'e 3, which carried China's own small lunar ultraviolet telescope, and we were able to image the first galaxy spiral ever from the moon. And finally, ILOA, in conjunction with its affiliate Space Age Publishing Company, this year, 2025, we mark 1/4 of the way through the 21st century. This pivotal new century is now 1/4 done. We can make some assessments and some projections about an optimistic scenario of what's possible in the next 75 years for humanity, for us 8.2 billion people traveling on spaceship Earth. Being optimistic, we believe that the solar system complete exploration is possible to envision, and hope that space agencies such as ISRO, as well as NASA and the Japan and European and Chinese space agencies, the universities in those countries, the think tanks, the entrepreneurial and aerospace corporations, take a long look at this juncture, 1/4 of the way through the century, and project out what's possible the next 75 years. It's my feeling that we've been focusing on moon and Mars, as we must, for beginners, for humanity's expansion into the cosmos. We've been focusing on moon Mars for 50 or 60 years, and I think it's time that we take a longer view. Mars is not the end of the solar system. It's my firm belief that humanity's destiny in the 21st century in space will be worked out in the magnificent Jupiter and Saturn systems, with their dozens and dozens of orbiting worlds. And the modest efforts we can make towards that 21st century solar system complete, I've described with our ILOX and ILO 1, that is a small, modest part of a bigger venture that we all can talk about and plan for today. So thank you for your attention, and ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulties. Thank you.
And now, the next program, please, Dr. Shailaja.
So the moon, of course, you all know that it's making our calendar. And we have been using the moon for our daily count, year count, and centuries count, everything right from the beginning. And that's a very simple thing. I don't have to explain on that. So it is the easiest tool to keep track of the time of the month. And so at the same time, it is an indirect tool to understand that the Earth is going around the sun. Using the moon, we were able to appreciate the fact that it's the Earth which is going around the moon. It's a little complicated to understand, but then if you keep observing the moon systematically, you will arrive at the idea that yes, the Earth must be going around the sun. And of course, agriculture, culture, and all our festivals, traditions, everything is decided by the moon. And moon has entered into literature, arts, sculpture, everywhere, and it's wanted by everybody. But the idea of this heliocentric model for the solar system can be attributed to the moon partly because that was the one which said it works very well with geocentric system. The moon and its movement, everything can be explained. Likewise, it's the sun also. But why is it not applicable for the other planets? This is the kind of thought that led us to understand the heliocentric ideology. And one of the best examples is that we see the phases of the moon. It's a consequence of the geometry of the three bodies, moon, earth, and the sun. It should be applicable to the planets Venus and Mercury as well. This is the idea which supported the heliocentric system. Even Copernicus had used this idea. And of course, the moon is special for our solar system, as I mentioned. It's the nearest body, etc. It's all that you will know, and it's a stepping stone. And the apparent sizes of the moon itself demonstrates something, that is the elliptical orbit. The orbits are not circular, but they are elliptical. This idea came by observing the moon. And it also led us to the change in the speed during the month, which eventually led to the Kepler's second law and so on. Therefore, the moon has been a guide all along. Earlier for a different purpose, now it's for a different purpose. And of course, inverse square law, the concept of gravity, all these we attribute to the moon because Newton used the idea of apple falling and then the moon going round the earth. That was the thing which drove him to the concept of gravity. And the apogee, perigee, just by observing you can make out that, of course, the size of the moon is varying. And with the advent of telescopes, it was able to establish this very perfectly. And of course, the tides, it led us to a different thing. You know, it's a very complicated system to understand the slides. It's an inverse cube law. It's not an inverse square law. And this was something which we had been experiencing from time immemorial, but to understand it in the context of moon and its influence required a good support of mathematics and physics, and the other way, moon drove us to these kinds of mechanisms. And one of the observations was that the tides are quite in the North Sea and so on. So why do we have neap tides and spring tides and so on? And then the objective of conservation of angular momentum, moon is receding at about 4 centimeters per year at the rate of this. All these are known, and for all this, it was the moon that was responsible for understanding various other physics principles using this. And life also, tides are responsible for the life. This is a very interesting situation which will help us in understanding the evolution of planetary life elsewhere in other planetary systems. So there is a rhythm between the biological species and the tides. So how that is ruling on the earth and the moon is causing it. So similarly it must be happening elsewhere And therefore, is it essential that any other planet that we look for life should have a satellite too? And spectrum is something which is just, let's say, 200-year old in the field of astronomy, or maybe a little more than that, 250-year-old. All of you understand spectrum as the 7 colors of rainbow. But in the lab, when you split it with a prism, you will see the 7 colors. And these are the 7 colors that are going to be useful for us for studying various things. But astronomers will convert that into a graph like this, and you will see that some dark lines there in the spectrum have been identified with hydrogen and other elements, and this is true for all stars, not only the sun. So this is just a basic introduction on the spectrum, how the spectrum we are going to use for understanding the moon as a guide for a totally new subject. Okay. So this is the spectrum of the sun. Look at this. This was taken in 1877. And all those lines that have been marked as A, B, C, D, E, etc. were identified later with the lab experiments to be associated with some element or the other. And that was a very a great turning point in understanding the stars. Then can we take a spectrum of the moon? How would it look? So that's it. The moon, it looks exactly the same. After all, this moon is shining because it is the light that is reflected from the sun. Therefore, the matter ends there, isn't it? So we don't need to do any more studies of the spectrum of the sun. But then people thought in a different way. How can we use this information for other studies? Now that is the general spectrum. So now you understand that that graph means the same 7-color rainbow. This is how the astronomers understand it. And what is in the x-axis is the wavelength, so which is roughly the visible region from the violet to the red. And so now you notice that that should be the way it is. But then let us see what happens to the spectrum when we see a crescent, or when we see a half, or when we see a gibbous, or when we see a full moon. So that's it. So you have almost, the spectrum is identical, but for the fact that the total light level itself is changing. So again, you are disappointed. I don't think you can use the moon for any better studies than this, just to prove that it is reflected sunlight. Does the matter end there? That's the question. No, it doesn't. You have seen this is sunset. Why does the sun look red when it is setting? It has something to do with our atmosphere, right? So you know that at sunset it takes a longer path through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere, that change in the thickness can cause this kind of an effect. It not only absorbs, it scatters, and therefore all the blue and other things are scattered, only red reaches us. So we see the sun as a red ball at sunset. The elliptical shape is a different issue. Let's not worry about that, because now I am talking about the spectrum. And so you have the color of the sun at red. Now what does that have got to do with the moon? The lunar eclipse, the color of the moon during total lunar eclipse. I suppose you all have seen the lunar eclipse. It looks something similar, exactly similar to this. And the reason is also the same. It's passing through the atmosphere. The light it is receiving, because ideally it is in a shadow, it should not be receiving any light at all. It should be completely invisible. But you see the eclipsed moon as a red ball. So why does it get where does it get the red color from? So that's the answer. So the light, although the solid body of the earth is blocking the sunlight, it's able to refract through that thin band of atmosphere on both sides, and it is able to make its way to the moon. And that is exactly similar to this. It's passing through a longer depth of the atmosphere, and therefore it is red in color. So this is a very interesting thing, and therefore now we have a mechanism to look at this lunar eclipse with a purpose. So this was explained by Kepler. He was the first to suggest that the red color is because of the Earth's atmosphere. And then subsequently another person worked out the details, but it was ignored for a long time. So the moon spectrum generally looks like this, with all the dark lines which are present in the solar spectrum. But the eclipsed moon, it looks like this. You see that the blue region is completely gone. It's completely absorbed. Only the red region, there are some dark lines, there are some absorption lines, and that's not definitely due to the sunlight. Something else is happening. So what is the reason for that? So this is how I can explain in terms of the graphs. So that is generally when you take any day the spectrum of the moon, that's how it looks with all the absorption lines present in the sun. So it is just the sun spectrum, and this is the moon spectrum. You see that in the blue, absolutely there is no information available, but here you see a lot of things happening, and all those small glitches that you see there are due to terrestrial components. So what are they? In fact, this was studied long ago, as I said, in 1877, there was a paper. They observed the lunar eclipse from 2 different locations and found that the spectrum was different from the 2 different locations of the same lunar eclipse. Why should there be a difference? So this was the discussion in that monthly notices thing. And then the conclusion is that all events, there seems no escape from the conclusion that the cause of the variation was terrestrial. Otherwise, you can't explain why there is a difference in the spectrum. So these dark lines that you see here are all because of the Earth's atmosphere. So if you consider that to be something like a glass slab through which the light is getting refracted, the glass slab has different properties above our town, above some other town, and that is being reflected in the spectrum. This is the clue. This is the clue that the eclipsed moon is telling us something about the Earth's atmosphere. Okay. So we did this in Bengaluru. Those blues, that's the eclipsed moon, and we put the slit and then obtained the spectra at different points, and then found that there is a small difference, because as you see, the gradation of the color is not drastic. That's because the Earth's atmosphere is not something like a glass slab. There is a gradient of refractive index as well as density, and that is shown here. So we were able to pinpoint and say that this is all because of the different strata of the atmosphere that is contributing to the color of the moon. Then there is another later study in 2009. We did this in 2007 and 8. And there you can see that in this region, they were able to identify some telluric lines, that is the water, oxygen, methane. They are all present in the Earth's atmosphere. They are contributing to the spectrum. Therefore, we have now a method of analyzing Earth's atmosphere as an entity, as a unit. That's the interesting property of this study and the interesting result of this study. And but the color of the eclipsed moon is not same always. If you have been observing the eclipsed moon, you will notice that there is a gradation. So that first one represents the moon that you see, a full moon. But then the color of the eclipsed moon can be anywhere like this. So based on that, there is a scale also. So nowadays they look at the eclipsed moon and give a scale. L is equal to 0 means it's completely dark, and L is equal to 4 means it's rather bright. you can still see the moon although it is in the shadow. So there is a difference in the color of the eclipsed moon. So what is this due to? This is due to the volcanoes. This is a very interesting study. Volcano is happening on the earth. So what has that got to do with the color of the eclipsed moon? This is a very interesting thing. And the first clue came in 1884 when the Krakatoa explosion took place. It's a very grand thing. And then many observers reported that the moon, eclipsed moon, just following that, the explosion happened in August and the eclipse was in October. The moon was completely dark and colorless. And then they started collecting the information. Prior to that, it is kept as a record from the days of Kepler. Kepler was an ardent observer. It seems as an 8-year-old boy, he had observed the eclipses. And so he has recorded that in December it was partly visible, but in 1620 it was invisible and the stars were visible. So when the full moon is around, you can't see the stars. But he was able to see the stars. How did this happen? And then they collected all this and then they were able to tag it on to a volcano which had erupted just in the past. So there was an invisible moon in 1742 and it just was after the explosion of a volcano above. And similarly in 1761, very dark invisible moon following another volcanic eruption. And 1861, the famous Tambora volcano explosion. And people have recorded this. And subsequently the observation continued. And as you can see, there were many observers after 1902. They were able to record the eclipses, every eclipse, and then they picked up those eclipses where it was completely invisible, so that the relation between the value 0 to volcano could be correlated. And the latest is November 8, 2022, it was very dark and there was an eruption just before that. Now what does the volcano do? The volcano throws enormous amount of particles into the Earth's atmosphere and therefore they will block the light completely. So there is no scope for the so-called refraction to cause the red light for the moon. So that's the reason, and therefore now you have a method. If you can't measure the effect of volcano eruption, look at the eclipsed moon. That scale itself will tell you how good or bad was that particular volcano eruption. And this is a table which we had produced for our book long ago. And there are differences in the spectra of eclipsed moon. So, for example, in March 2007 and June 2011, now this is again an indicator of the various atmospheric parameters that have changed. So if you are, notice this is only the visible. If you extend it to the infrared, you will be able to see how the water content has changed in the atmosphere, or how other so-called greenhouse gases or the pollution, how that has contributed to the darkening of the eclipsed moon. Now this is again another clue for explorations of search for life elsewhere. So this is the transmission spectrum, and whatever I spoke till now is only up to 5,000 only there, only that region. And if you go to the infrared, you will see a lot of lines which will tell us about the Earth's atmosphere. Therefore, it is important that we look at the eclipsed moon in infrared. That gives us the clue. Now, but the moon generally reflects light. Can we use the moonlight when there is no eclipse for understanding the Earth? That's also possible. There was a very innovative idea. So if you imagine the reflectance. So the earth has vegetation, dry soil, snow, water, oceans. All these will contribute differently because they reflect light by different amounts. The albedos are different. And this is a model which has been constructed based on the reflectance of the individual contributors to the reflection. So we will look at the planet Earth as a dot. Now we are looking at Mars, we are looking at Jupiter, we are looking at Venus. Similarly, we can do that. For that, we have to go to Mars. So this was done. Mars expressed, these are the spectra. So this is how Earth will look from Mars. So they have taken the spectra of Earth from Mars, and then you can easily see the contributors, namely methane, nitrogen oxide, ozone, water. All these will show up strongly, telling that these are the ingredients you should look for if you search for life elsewhere in some other planet. If you can see these things, maybe there is life. So this is the idea that you get. But can we study the Earth as a planet sitting on the Earth? We don't have, we were able to go to Mars only in the last 2 decades. Before that, this was not practical. But can we do that sitting on the Earth itself? Yes, that is possible. So there was a very innovative idea. All of you have seen the moon like this. I want to explain how it happens. So that's a crescent moon. All of you have seen the crescent moon, isn't it? So this is a very simple thing. Let's imagine that you are standing here and the sun is somewhere there. And then as the moon goes round, you will see the phases. Everybody knows this. But what I am trying to now impress upon you is that when you see the crescent, this is the crescent you are seeing. When you see the crescent, the Earth is here. So you should be seeing only this portion which is illuminated by the sun, right? But do you see that there is something above that? They call it the old moon in the bowl of the new moon. The brightest part there is because of the sun. So where is that light coming from? So people thought that it must be because the stars are all there, they must be shining this region. So when we stand on the Earth and see here, the sunlight is coming from here, but the starlight is coming and falling here, and therefore it is shining. Now 2 questions arise. Then why it doesn't happen here when we are seeing the half moon? When we are seeing the half moon also, the same stars should be contributing to this, right? So why it doesn't happen? This was a very big question, and the first one to think about this was Leonardo da Vinci. He came up with a very interesting thing. He said that it is the Earth is here. It is the light which is reflected from the Earth which is falling on this. Then why is it not so seen here? Now the sun is here, the Earth is here. The light will get reflected only when it is in this phase, when it is in crescent phase. When it is in half phase, the light is going there, it doesn't reach here. When it is in full phase or half phase, when it is full, the reflected light is going in that direction, so it is not coming here. This was the logic which he put forward. That means if you see this portion, you are seeing the light which is reflected from the Earth. Okay, this is the idea which is very interesting. And now that can also tell you something very interesting. Let's say this is the Earth, this is the Earth you have, and let's say the moon is here. The moon is getting the light reflected from this portion. So somebody is standing here, let's say here. Somebody is standing here from the US and observing, they will see the light reflected from the ocean. 6 hours later, the person sitting here will see, but then he sees the light reflected from the different portion. And 6 hours later, when we see, we will see that the contribution from reflection from the ocean is very much less as compared to the land. And therefore, you observe the crescent moon, the reflected light will tell you something about the earth. If there is a volcano eruption here and not here, that should show up. But there is no eclipse. So in spite of that also you will be able to see that. So this light is called the Earthshine. I don't know, okay. This part is called the sunshine, Earthshine, the light from the earth. Okay, so that's the thing that is explained there. So you have to look for the crescent moon and you have to look for the spectrum from the region which is not illuminated by the sun but illuminated by the earth. So that tells you something about the earth. So this is the drawing of Leonardo da Vinci, and this is how the spectrum looks. Now, this is Earthshine spectrum which has been studied. So that tells you something about the reflected light from the earth. So the Earthshine has been studied in great detail subsequently, and mostly it is in the infrared that you will see a lot of contribution, and a theoretical model also has been done. And that portion which is a very small gap there, see between 8,000 and 9,000, that has been expanded here. All these individual lines will tell you something, and these individual lines will have to be studied very carefully, and that can tell you something about what's happening on the earth at the regional level. What is happening on this side and what's happening on this side. That kind of an information you will be able to get. This is the clue, and the telescope which is the most efficient in the infrared is the James Webb Telescope. So there you have the atmospheric composition which is modeled and verified. So what is due to vegetation, what is due to the reflection from the ice, what is due to the carbon dioxide, everything has been theoretically modeled. And that is why K218 is in news, because they have been able to identify those small kinks that you see there in the spectrum as being due to some signature of life. So this is how the moon is able to guide us into the study of the search for life elsewhere. And so the moon has been the first for so many things: orbiting space, space tourism, base for further exploration, mining, everything. But now it is also a guide for search for life beyond Earth, which is astrobiology, and Margarita will tell you more about it. So this is what these are the basics that I want to tell about the moon from the historic perspective. So thank you for the patient listening. Thank you. We can go back to the moon now.
Sorry about that.
Hello. Margarita, do we have a question hour also? No.
Yes, let's.
Yeah,
If there are
some
questions to
questions.
Dr. Shailaja, please ask. Then you please.
Thank you for your talk, ma'am. You showed a slide which shows some kind of, that was cotton seed, right? The last slide? Was that grown on the moon by astronauts in a controlled environment?
I didn't elaborate on that because I think next speaker will talk about it. We stepped on the moon for the first time in 1969. Subsequently, all those things which I explained have been done. And that's also based on one of the recent experiments. I think one of the speakers in the next session will talk about.
Have we found any kind of life micro?
No. That's a different experiment altogether.
I will tell something about it.
We landed on the moon in 69. We are now in 25. 25 years. 56 years later. Why are we trying to colonize Mars and not the moon?
Oh, the next speaker will be very clear, then you'll understand. But moon has a lot of things still. No, you don't hear moon so easily. There is a question there.
Hi. I was wondering if the spectrum of the moon would be affected by the northern lights. Northern lights. Aurora, basically.
I think they will show. But the aurora is not generally very strong.
Yeah.
The auroral lights do show. But they are mostly in the visible region.
Okay.
Because there are the ionized level, very strong blue, red, and green colors. They are all in the visible region. And mostly these studies will be in the infrared.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I need to switch off this. Okay, like this. Okay, so my talk today is about astrobiology on the moon. And can we even talk about astrobiology on the moon? So I hope, because you can write books about it, but in principle I had only 15, 20 minutes at most. So what I'll do, I don't know what it jumped. I'll try to convince you that there is a case for talking about astrobiology on the moon. So this is nice photograph from Apollo 8, the only known inhabited planet, rises over the surface of the moon. But what is the extent of Earth's biosphere? Life on Earth is actually everywhere we look, surviving, thriving even in every possible niche, sometimes without sunlight, water, even oxygen. Some make their own water, take energy from all possible sources, even making electric chains, some bacteria making actually electrical chains, and can hibernate for billions of years and then being revived. This is example of latest paper where at the bottom of the Atacama Trench it was discovered that there is huge amount of life, not only bacterial but animal. From the ground, hundreds of millions of tons of terrestrial dust annually transported between continents through the air. Just bacterial cells typically exceed 10 to 4 cells per meter square. Human activity, we have a lot of human activity, lifts all this into stratosphere and to Earth orbit with a myriad of aircraft, spacecraft flights, each injecting everything, all this into the atmosphere. Just in 24, there were so many million air flights and 263 space launches. On average, 120 launches per year since 1960s. Orbital space debris of small particle, exceeds tens of millions of, and a lot of it is anthropogenic debris flux. It's actually greater than natural, but sometimes maybe 2 orders of magnitude. It even goes, the debris, beyond the moon orbit. The so-called empty trash bag objects were discovered. Those are covers of the rockets which are discarded just after the launch. And as you can see on the right, this is what we have on our planet. Just 1 gram of soil and 1 milliliter of water contains this many microorganisms. There are more organisms in a gram of soil than humans on Earth. And there is interplanetary exchange. So Earth orbital biospace exists. And today possibly 100,000 tons of extraterrestrial material rained on our planet. And still, though a lot of this interplanetary dust, micrometeoroids, debris or from comets and asteroids, but some impact ejecta even come from terrestrial planets. And a lot of this is terrestrial. You can see this, for example, sorry, this is, yes, it's not working, sorry. Here, how ISS disposes of garbage. So this is the usual practice for the garbage ejected from ISS. There is a new waste disposal technology developed in 22, just deep into the above it. And this is a photograph, actual photograph of a dam of 150 pounds of water and urine from the space station, from the space shuttle Discovery. So, in addition, moon is a part of Earth. Not only a physical part of Earth, as we know all, that it is like made mostly from impact ejecta, from tear with the Earth, but it's actually inside the Earth atmosphere. Earth atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. SOHO has shown that Earth geocorona reaches up to 6,300 kilometers above the Earth. The moon actually flies through Earth's atmosphere. The NASA Apollo 16 mission photographed this feature, but in those days, they didn't know that they were actually astronauts embedded in the outskirts of the geocorona. And what is more extent of Earth biosphere? Moon has already become what they call Earth landfill or lunar fill. As more than 2,000 kilograms of man-made objects have already left there since '59. Spacecraft, of course, still working scientific instruments, there are, discarded tools, but most important, empty food packages, wet wipes, and so on, and nearly 100 kilograms of human waste left. And it is left not just dug in or enclosed somewhere, no, it's just left in the bags, so-called jet bags, just left outside. So, and there are recent additions, thousands of desiccated tardigrades with the Bereshet Israeli lander, along with DNA samples, blood and hair follicles of 25 people. Then yeast, Drosophila eggs, and seeds of cotton and so on were delivered by Chinese lander to do astrobiological experiments. Well, Moon, Mars, Venus, Titan, in 2015, we actually celebrated the end of humanity's initial exploration of the solar system, as now every planet has been visited. And just like the Earth, the Moon is also constantly bombarded by the space rocks. So all that, those bags left outside could have been already kicked in and out into outer space by meteorites. Those bags are not protected. In 2019, the results of the multi-species space exposure experiment, BioMax, concluded that present Mars seems to be habitable for archaea and bacteria, as probably we sent it there. 59 various instruments at least have been launched to Mars by now. What about outer planets? Cassini spent about 13 years in Saturn system, had 26 encounters with Titan, landed Huygens lander on it. 7 close encounters with Enceladus, flying through geysers of water, and it was detected that there is organics in those geysers, and it was flying through it. And these satellites were never sterilized. When they were assembled, they assembled by humans without any cleaning or sterilization, because nobody believed that there could be any contamination out there, any possibility even of life. So both of them were plunged into giant atmospheres later, when it was discovered that Titan resembles early Earth, and there could be life there, to avoid contamination. As NASA said, Cassini's own discoveries were its demise. But there is more. Rocket stages that propelled 4 spacecraft to the edges of our solar system, Pioneers and Voyagers, 2 Pioneers and 2 Voyagers, they were never sterilized. They are likely carrying earthly bacteria already out of the solar system. The upper stages were not required to be sterilized. These bacteria would have been emplaced by the hands and breath of the engineers who built the upper stages. The microscopic interstellar travelers are now racing out of the solar system. And why so? Because in assembly clean rooms are clean rooms, but they're not sterile. That is a photograph when we're assembling with UVIT on board of Astrosat. As you can see, we're covered in suits, but face is open. Breathing is open. Mask is okay, but these masks, as we know now, they're not very sterile. They're not sterile masks. And early instruments, as you can see the photographs from Venera assembling, people were not even wearing any masks or any protection. Hair, breath, and so on. And we humans are the major source of contamination of everything. Humans are because we shed 200 million skins every hour, skin cells, and every square inch of our bodies have about 500 million bacteria in it. So humans are actually surrounded by microbial cloud. About up to 90 centimeters from us, we are surrounded by our own microbial clouds. As one NASA engineer said, we know there is life on Mars because we sent it there. What happened is that this first Martian, first maybe, but no, nobody, when Russians went there, I don't think they were also, just like Venera, they were not sterilized. Manifesto. What happened that Curiosity surfaces were swept just before the launch, and after the launch, they were examined. And this is the bacteria, some of the toughest bacteria were found on Curiosity, that they were launched actually to Mars. This is after the Curiosity, there came very interesting, Perseverance, sorry. Humans, they always make a mess. It's a very funny cartoon. So, to question, is there life beyond the Earth? I would tell you, yes. Because terrestrial life forms have already left our planet even long ago, not just with our satellites, but because of the constant bombardment from space. Just in the last 500 million years, there were 97 major impacts, leaving craters and ejecting at least 10 to 13 kg of debris, rocks, water, and of course, living organisms which are living in it. Just as a reminder, 1 gram of soil and 1 milliliter of water, what they contain. Living in, and then Titan and Moon. So, what about actual astrobiology science? Well, it is amazing, but it's actually started in 1960s, just with the lunar exploration. But initially, it was as a circumlunar experiments. So Zond 5, it was Russian, to be first moon mission to include animals. It carried the first terrestrial organism into vicinity of the moon, including Russian tortoise and so on. They all survived. Zond 6, unfortunately, it crashed upon re-entry, but Zond 7 sent 4 turtles, and it was successful. Then in 1972, Apollo 16 carried microbial ecology evaluation device during the EVA walks. And there is a very, very nice, very interesting explanation, the link. So if anyone is interested, I will in these particular experiments of Apollo 16 and 17, there is a very interesting link. So Apollo 17 carried experiment Biostack to test the effects of cosmic rays
on the space travel of microorganisms. They were kept outside. In addition, there was another experiment which carried 5 mice. 4 of them survived. Then in the 70s, a number of studies were conducted where microbial communities were exposed to lunar material. As you remember, Apollo missions brought a lot of lunar rocks, and these rocks were actually tested on Earth. Are they poisonous? Are they toxic? Can our lives live on the rocks? And it turned out to be that, yeah, it's actually very good. There's a few papers that was successfully shown that materials returned pose no threat to life on Earth. NASA reported the discovery that lunar material could be used as a support medium for growth of many plants. Samples of lunar soil were even fed to animals, to quails, aquatic species, cockroaches, other life forms, even mice were even injected with it, without any ill effects. Moreover, it was observed plants grew better in lunar soil than in quartz sand. So this is the photograph of lab technicians studying mice that were injected with lunar material. So 22 kg of lunar material were used. Mice and quail got the lunar sample as an injection. Insects were fed mixed food, and aquatic animals, the fish, were actually dumped into their bowls. So cockroaches were fed moon, and all the animals actually survived and thrived on it. Similar experiments were conducted after Apollo 12 and 14, and were tested total of 15 different animal species. Seeds, plants were also grown in lunar soil and tested. Some of the plants actually grew better in the regolith than the sand that scientists tested. So recently, revival of these experiments in 2019, Chandrayaan lander carried this container containing soil, air. They wanted to see whether it grows anything. And yes, the cotton seeds sprouted. And we saw that sprout. But of course, they didn't survive the first lunar night because I don't think they had heating. They didn't have the heating supported. In August 2019, thousands of tardigrades crashed actually on the moon. There is also another very interesting article which says, Apollo astronauts left their poop on the moon. We got to get back that stuff. Because the question was, what 50-year-old dirty diapers can teach us about the potential origins of life or something else? So a manager at NASA Goddard Space Center proposed a robotic mission to collect those samples, to bring them back, to study whether those microbes, and human poop, most of it is actually microbes. 57%, I think, of the mass is actually microbial. Here's this very interesting, where is the poop on the moon? The crewed mission landing sites. So we can even study dependence of the survival according to the latitude. There was very interesting paper, Lunar Microbial Survival Model. So some microbes in that poop, of course, can be revivable. After all, we know for sure, and there are that viruses, even higher organisms, have been revived after being frozen for tens of thousands of years. So this paper suggested this possibility that this begs actually an important astrobiological interest. They think they're mostly shielded, means shielded from the solar radiation, not from meteorites. I still think that some of them have been kicked out by meteorites and floating around. So they did some calculations, and for example, for different Chandrayaan lander may be retaining this many viable spores or cells on a deeply embedded surface as of 2019, and predicted that by 2030 it will reduce just slightly. The survival of this microorganism could provide insight into long-standing important problems. Can life endure in space? Crucial for understand the potential of life in space, on other planets, and even how life originated on Earth in the first place. Was it actually in situ, or was it by panspermia? Was it brought outside? So this is about revival of the viruses and high organisms, or even bacteria. For example, even After 8 million years, in case of bacteria, it was revived. And recently, 100-million-year-old microbes collected from the subsea floor were discovered to be alive and even retaining their metabolic potential. So this is a known effect of that life on Earth endures many things. It can just hibernate for 100 million years and it can be revived. As for tardigrades, well, tardigrades are known to be the toughest animals in any respect. They are known experimentally to survive the cold near absolute zero, vacuum of space, the heat at 150, very high pressures, 6 times greater than the bottom of Mariana Trench, radiation, the eggs. NASA conducted actually experiment when the eggs, after exposure to vacuum and this much radiation, just hatched just as the normal eggs. They may not get rehydrated and start inhabiting the moon, yes, but if a meteorite kicks them off and they subsequently land on Mars, or let's say Titan, they will revive. A little bit of warmth and water will be enough. So what are the key scientific questions here? Is there really a lethal environment for life? Does it actually exist? Can we actually say what are actual real limits if we know that so much radiation, so much vacuum, absence of, so many things life endures? We know organisms which survive that. Is there really a lethal environment? So this is one of the questions that can be studied on the moon. Prebiotic chemistry. For example, indigenous organics. There is a theory that prebiotic materials, like for example amino acids, may have been formed from inorganic molecules in volcanic conditions on the early moon. And they still can be there in permanently shadowed regions in ice, can be preserved. What about exogenous organics? We know that moon is constantly bombarded by the meteorites. So meteorites from Venus, Mars, and so on, even from the Earth during the late heavy bombardment when there was already life on Earth. Estimates indicate that as much as 200 kilograms per kilometer square of terrestrial material was injected from Earth during that time. And it could be still on the surface of the moon today. Or the other question, can we, not just we, but we with our microbiomes, because humans, 70% of our cells are actually microbial and so on. Can we live for long periods on the moon because of low gravity, exposure, less sun, and so on? Another question, do we really need planetary protection for lifeless space rocks? Because there is Kaspar's planetary protection ideas that we should preserve, we should not forward contamination of the moon. But moon is a lifeless rock, continue. What does it mean we should preserve it? We shouldn't travel? Because humans carry our microbiome with us. And when we go there, we can't not exist. And if we exist, we shed our microbiomes. So that is, do we really need this protection for the lifeless, let's say? If we go to Mars, maybe there is a problem, but again, if we want to live on Mars, what do we do? And anyway, I believe that if we go to Mars and find some life there, this life will be already the same as here. Exactly because of the exchange, interplanetary exchange, constant exchange since the late heavy bombardment and origin of life on Earth. So here there is a few very interesting articles that I wanted to share with you, and about the planetary protection and the uselessness of the planetary protection. This is a chapter in the book that I have written with Professor Shivaram. Planetary protection is just too late. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you for your talk. You spoke about temperature and pressure, extreme temperature and extreme pressure, and microorganisms surviving those on the moon. But what about cosmic rays? The moon has a very thin atmosphere
Yes.
and exposed to cosmic rays. How do living beings survive cosmic rays without protection?
But that is what that is one of the question, because as I showed you that the very first astrobiological experiments in 60s were specifically to test the cosmic rays effect on the living organisms, and that is why during this one second. So these experiments were specifically to test the effect. Biostack and this MED, those were placed outside the hull of the satellite bus, of the rocket.
So did they survive?
Yes, that's what I mean, that you can please go to this website. There's very good explanation, very good exposure about these experiments, how they were done. They were actually placed outside also during the EVA. So the astronauts went out, placed those things outside on the rocket, and then went back. So this is very interesting, Apollo 16 and 17. This is during the cislunar flight. They were not left on the moon because they were in flight.
So what about human beings? Can we survive cosmic rays?
That is the good question. So far, how many humans were total on the moon? I don't remember, but yeah, I don't think anybody complained.
No, they were wearing protection suits, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Without the suit.
But without the suit, we can't breathe. There is vacuum.
No, let's say you can breathe. What is the effect of cosmic rays on the human physiology?
Yeah, it is a good question. I don't know if this effect was. Actually, I don't know about humans. I was concerned only with the lower organisms. Like here, there was no effect. They survived and they thrived, except that one mice died, but they wrote that it's due to some other reason, not because of cosmic rays. And that was quite long exposure to the moon and back.
Thank you.
I have a point, not the question. You mentioned about here also Apollo 16. Apollo 11, all of us know Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin landed, but they could not land in the place which was designated because the computer was taking them to a boulder field. So they landed at a little bit of a different place on a plane. But in the case of Apollo 12, they targeted an area which was very near to the place where Surveyor 3 spacecraft had landed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Oh, yes,
So
yes.
these two astronauts, Alan Bean and Pete Conrad, they walked on the moon for about 800 meters or something. They went to the Surveyor 3 spacecraft, which had earlier landed. It was a robotic spacecraft like our Chandrayaan 3. And they cut open some of the parts. They brought it back to Earth. And I read that the scientists were horrified to find bacteria there, in fact. And they thought that some life, already quarantine was about to go at that time. But when they inspected, they were the earthly bacteria which had gone to the moon, though they were exposed to, as this gentleman just now told, that cosmic rays also they were exposed, but still once they came back to Earth, they could able to revive it.
I didn't mention Surveyor 3 because there is still a controversy that it could have been later contamination. So that is a problem. But it's, let's say, 50-50. I still believe that Surveyor 3 carried this bacteria, and they brought them back. But like 50 other % of people believe it's local earthly contamination. So that's why I didn't mention it.
Yeah, but anyway, so
yeah.
I don't know how far you have to confirm that.
That's what I mean. That's why I didn't use this here.
And coming
example.
to 12 people who have walked on the moon, I don't think any of them have been afflicted with any kind of mortal disease after they came back from the moon.
Exactly.
Only one person was Jack Swigert in Apollo 13 when he went to the moon. Of course, they could not land due to the problem. Anyway, he would not have landed, but he died of cancer once he came back. It is nothing to do with that flight.
Most probably,
So
yeah.
otherwise, there is no report that Because they were on the moon, they were affected with some disease or nothing like that. To my knowledge. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Could you go back to that? Yeah, the previous one.
I
Yeah.
think-
So, are you using that concept called as biodegradation of xenobiotics? Like we had the oil spill here on the Earth, so we used a genetically engineered bacteria to eat up that. So, do you have a concept now in the space technology where, after polluting the environment there, the space, do you use any solution to biodegrade?
No, actually, I understand.
created.
Biodegrade, again, you have to introduce the bacteria to degrade that bacteria.
The pollution we have created on the space.
Yes, but what I want to say about pollution, what is pollution? What do we mean by pollution? If it is, we humans, as I said, we carry the cloud of bacteria and we shed all the cells, bacteria, viruses. 75% of our DNA is actually viral DNA.
Yes, yes.
So that is the point, that what do we mean by pollution? Actually, I wanted here to say, but to answer this, so using one bacteria to degrade the other bacteria, I mean, what's the difference? That bacteria can also survive, the one that degraded this one.
This pollution, whatever is caused, you're saying.
Yeah, so
Caused
this
by us.
poop bacteria, which is microbiome of a poop, is huge. So if you use other bacteria to degrade it, yeah,
Okay.
that bacteria, what to do about that? What about that bacteria?
Yes, inoculating again one
We-
more new strain.
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
environment.
But there is very interesting, and I'm sorry that we have a little bit time. So, I don't have it here. It's not my computer, sorry. But the point is that as one person, Zubrin, who is a proponent of space exploration, he said, what do you mean by polluting environment? Life, humans, we are not vermin. If we go somewhere, we enrich that environment. We don't pollute it. Life is not a pollution. Humans are not vermin. We will enrich the environment when we go there. This is what I believe in.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I said, that one of the key scientific questions is like, is there actually a lethal environment? So far, we haven't found it. Maybe the center of the stars, but I'll tell you just so I study cosmic strings also. I work on detection of cosmic strings, and there is a paper which attracted my attention a lot. So there is idea that life can be based not just on DNA, but on cosmic strings, which can also multiply, twist, and do all this. The only thing that these strings, that life, will need so much energy that they can only exist in stars.
Okay.
So maybe the center of every star also has life. So as such, then, there is no lethal environment.
Yes, probably we have to respect the indigenous bacteria, virus, fungi on those planets.
Yes. Yes.
And stop, inoculating our disposal there.
No, that's what in my chapter I've written that maybe this is the resolution of the Fermi paradox. Why we don't see any life out there? Because they sit at home. They are afraid to pollute the environment, so they don't space travel. They quietly sit on their own planet. But as I said, due to interplanetary exchange, due to these cosmic impacts and impact ejector, we already polluted our solar system. Not intentionally. Life is like this. And I'm very happy that life, there is no little environment for life. Life is universal. It's a universal property.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay, huh? Sorry.
What about the coral-like structures on Mars?
Which structure?
The coral-like structures on Mars.
Coral-like.
Like structures on Mars. Corals.
Corals?
Structures.
Yeah.
Oh, Yes, I remember seeing it, but these similar structures were found on Earth also. They exist on Earth. So they are result of water.
And also, if we want to find a problem, the solution to our global warming problem on Earth, I think terraforming Venus is a good idea.
Terraforming Venus, we can, actually, I suggest one more thing, and this is not only mine. We just move the Earth a bit out of the sun. When the sun starts heating up, we move the Earth.
What about the leopard spots on Mars that NASA discovered?
Yeah. Yeah,
The leopard spots on Mars that
Yes.
NASA discovered.
Yeah, there is, and I'll tell you, there is a lot of indication that Mars was habitable. There is water. There is actually liquid water found recently under the surface. That Mars was habitable, and if it is not habitable, it's impossible. All the bacteria and virus, microorganisms from Earth would have been already landed on it.
And I also found that Venus used to be habitable because of 85,000 volcanoes located all across the planet. The planet had lots of greenhouse effects, and the planet became really covered with clouds and blocked the sunlight. Plants could not thrive. The water dried up.
Yeah, but now there is a possibility of life in Venus in the clouds, because clouds have a lot of water.
Yeah.
Those clouds. There is such possibility, yes. Good questions.
So I completely agree that we've been polluting our solar system on the local level. But do you think that any of those microbacteria have survived any of the processes on the other planets? Because there was heavy volcanism on the other planets, and so none of those microbacteria that we said we have polluted the other planets with, do you think they have survived at all?
Yeah, that is a very good question, because that's what I'm saying. On our own planet, we have what we call extremophiles. And moreover, there are polyextremophiles. I'm actually in my project now, I'm engaged in project with my collaborator. We're creating a database of extremophiles, the global database of extremophiles and polyextremophiles. So these polyextremophiles actually are they're not just microorganisms. Some of them are even animals, just like tardigrades. They're animals.
So I asked this question because I study meteorites, and so if we are looking for that kind of life, what should we be looking for? So are you saying fossil bacteria, or if we are getting material from another planetary body, what should we be looking for as an extraterrestrial material scientist?
Yeah, you must know about this famous or infamous meteorite from Mars. Yeah, where some people detected so-called. I mean, it's still possible. It is not rejected completely, but yes. But as I said, in the case of the cosmic strings, what we just right now know, only life as we know it. Life which is based on DNA, RNA, and cells, lipids, and so on. Well, not necessarily cellular structure, like that some people still fighting about that viruses are not alive, which I believe there are. After all, bacteria we have viral DNA, as I said, like viruses are alive. But that's the point, that as you said, as I also said, the key scientific question, is there actually a really lethal environment? So right now on Earth, we see life everywhere. Everywhere. From deep underground to stratosphere, in ice, in rocks, living without water, without oxygen, creating its own. Even our E. coli create their own oxygen. So moreover, there was experiment, very famous astrobiologist Lisa Kartneger. They discovered that E. coli can live in the atmosphere of pure hydrogen. So they can actually live on the Jupiter atmosphere.
That's amazing.
Amazing. This paper was totally fantastic. So that is what, once life originated, it developed strategies to survive, to endure, and thrive even, like polyextremophiles do. That is why it's very difficult question. Is there actually real lethal environment? What can actually kill? We don't know for now.
Thank you so much.
Yes, we will have a break. Okay, Mark.
There is one more question, sir.
Oh, okay.
You say we have already been polluting other planets, moons, and all. So if we go, let's say further missions go, try to detect some other microbes, can we differentiate between the microbes we have already sent there and the new microbes found there? So is there a way to differentiate between them?
That is the point. That is exactly the point. So far we know as life as we know it, and I really suggest you go and read my article, my book, where I've written about it, that planetary protection too late. Because even on our own planet, we know less than 50% of actual estimated biosphere. Less than 50%. We estimate that there is much more than what we actually detected. And that is why when we find something outside, like on Mars, how do we know that we didn't pollute it already, or it didn't come from Earth with some meteorite, or that it didn't originate there and came back to Earth or to start the life? Yes. On the other hand, there could be life as we don't know, and life which is not based, let's say, on DNA, RNA, organics. There was a very famous Paul Davis, I think, paper in 80s or 90s about shadow biosphere. That there is a shadow biosphere, you can find it, shadow biosphere, existing on Earth, which is, we don't know, we don't see it because we don't know how to look for it. Right now we know how to look only for life as we know it. But some, as I said, people think, people work. There is life possible based on cosmic strings, living in stars. There is life possible based on something else, living on our Earth. Like, for example, this desert varnish. Some people suggest that desert varnish actually it's a manifestation of something alive, but not necessarily based on what we understand of our organics. Because desert varnish was found on Mars also. And it is very distributed in certain areas on Earth. It's a good thing to work. Yeah, you do it, you find life as we don't know it.
Just one last question. Yeah, so the ultimate goal of studying all this, the microbes in outer space, is so that we can find, let's say humans can find another home, or let's say extraterrestrial life, isn't it? Now, let's say in an event we do find out how these microbial organisms survive outside of the Earth's atmosphere, how is that beneficial to humans in another way? So right now we need spacesuits, all those equipment to survive the place outside the Earth. So in the future, how do you think this will be, let's say, will the situation change? For example, do we still need suits? Because I don't think we can code our genetics in a way that we can survive cosmic rays, isn't it? So how is this study is beneficial for us in humans?
Yeah, the study is beneficial, but let's say not on how to survive on the moon, but on the Mars. Because we can slightly terraform Mars. Mars has some sort of magnetic field, weak, but it has. And we can study how can we endure those effects on Mars. Actually, the basic idea of humans is space exploration. We can't live without space exploration. We need to explore the space. We need to go out and colonize other, I would say, galaxy eventually. Yes, but to begin with, the moon is the first step. How can we live, and our microbiomes can live on the moon?
So that would take another, let's say, like how life evolved on Earth, it would take another, let's say, millions of years for us to evolve to an extraterrestrial atmosphere or a system, right?
Well, yes, but I would suggest that maybe we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't change our genomic structure. Then the brain will change, then the minds will change, and then we stop being human. To be human as we are, we better terraform. That is the great invention. Terraform the other planet.
Okay, thank you.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ 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 ತುಂಬ ಹತ್ತಿರಕ್ಕೆ
ಆದರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಎಸ್ ಐಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈ ಚೆಕ್ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡು ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಚಾನಲಿಂದ ಇದೆ ಚಾನಲಿಂದ ಹಾಕಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಒಂದು ಚಾನಲಿಂದ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಡಿಗೆ ಈ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾನಲಿಗೆ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಓಡಿಯಮ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಚಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ನೀಲು ಅಷ್ಟು ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್
Now it works. Yes, perfect. So I'll be once again talking a little bit about the moon, and then not per se science on the moon, but rather science of the moon as well. So also how we're going from surviving the moon. I mean, maybe it's not a lethal environment for all of life, but it's a relatively lethal environment for human life, to actually lunar living and how we are aiming to do so. And that is basically by one of my personal mottos as well, from into the earth to into the universe. And that has to do that I'm a geologist, so I'm mostly looking at rocks, minerals. I'm also a speleologist, so I like to go into caves. I like to get stuck into caves as well, which is not always the best thing to do. But in the end, we do these kinds of missions and expeditions as well on Earth to simulate life in space and to actually learn how it would be like for humans to go up into the universe. So these kinds of expeditions are also called analog astronaut expeditions or astronaut missions as well. Astronaut missions being, of course, the ones in the actual space, and the analog part means that we're simulating life in space. And we do these kinds of things on Earth in a relatively safe environment, but still quite extreme environments. And we've been doing these during quite a few missions. So these are some of the missions that I've been involved in, starting in 2017 in a glacial cave in Switzerland, also a few missions in Hawaii, a couple of them in Iceland, also eclipses in Spain. So most of these missions have been into the subsurface. And that also has to do with living on the moon. And as I said, it's already quite a dangerous environment. It's not the easiest place to start living because of, for example, solar radiation, micrometeorite impacts, lunar diurnal temperature variance, galactic cosmic rays. We have heard them already before. So, for example, the radiation that we receive from the sun is about 200 times more than what we receive right here on Earth. Thus far, as I already mentioned to some of the colleagues here, it does look like the moon might actually be a safer option. On average, astronauts that have been to the moon are living already about 12 years longer than their average age. But that could be, of course, that going to the moon is, despite all of these dangers, relatively safe or maybe even healthy. Or it could be that the 12 astronauts that have been sent to the moon were already super fit. They were very well trained. They have the best personal hygiene and medical standards, of course, and they are earning enough money as well to have the best health insurance, which I would say is just a lack of data that we have. So I think we need to send more humans. And the meteorites already mentioned, those are specifically the micrometeorites. I feel like if we have a very big meteorite, it doesn't matter that much whether we're standing on Earth as a dinosaur or whether we're living on the moon. It will end up for us very quickly. But the micrometeorites are much more common. And these are tiny specks of dust, usually sometimes only 1/10 to 1/100th of a centimeter, but they're traveling up to 40 kilometers per second, which means that they're going so incredibly fast that you cannot ever see them coming, but they will hit you, and depending on where they hit you, they could even kill you as well. And that's not all, because of course we have also the thermal variances on the lunar surface. So during the night, which is about 14 Earth days, 1/2 month, of course, we have very, very low temperatures, sometimes dropping down to just under 100 Kelvin. Whereas during the lunar day, it can actually reach up to about 150 degrees Celsius, which means that we have a temperature variance within a month of about 350 degrees Celsius, which is, of course, not only not good or not ideal for humans, but actually also for quite a lot of the structures that we're bringing with us. Even metal alloys, eventually, due to the expanding and the shrinking, will get damaged due to these thermal variances. And then actually one of the most interesting parts, at least for me as a geologist, is actually a result of all of these kinds of processes, and it's called the regolith, which is a very fine-grained dust that we find a lot on the lunar surface, and it's incredibly sharp. And this dust is basically everywhere, and because it's so fine, it has a lot of surface area, whereas it almost has no volume, which means that it will react with mostly anything, and it will quite heavily react as well. As you can see, it will get stuck into the suit, and you cannot wash this off. And so even inside of the lunar module, this is Harrison Schmitt, one of the last people to have walked on the moon, the last person who is still alive during Apollo 17. And you can actually see it on his suit as well, how much he is covered with the dust. And they've noticed as well that when they actually entered or re-entered the Apollo ascent module, that they had a very gunpowder-like smell, and that was just the dust itself reacting so violently with the oxygen that it actually oxidizes quickly enough, like gunpowder reactions. So going to the moon, I mean, it looks fun. It is necessary in a way as well, but it is quite heavy. And at the same time, we also, of course, we need to think about the costs, because going to the moon right now, it is relatively expensive. Not sure if there are any guesses for how much it would cost to send 1 kilogram of material from Earth, like this moon, safely to the lunar surface. $1 million? Yes, roughly. Right now it is actually a little bit less with some of the more recent, but it's somewhere indeed around $750,000 US to $1.8 million US, depending also on where you want to land on the lunar surface. So, as I said, we need to harbor human life actually a very strong habitat. This is actually the biggest habitat we have right now in space. It's called the International Space Station. And this has only relatively minimal protection. It would not be able to land on the moon. It can house up to 13 people, but not even for extended periods of time. And this one, how much do you think it weighs, roughly? Latest editions, about 420,000 kilograms. So you can calculate, even if we get a very, very serious group discount of sending some stuff to the moon, we will need to have a little bit more than the world economy to send just one ISS there. So that's why myself, as a geologist or geochemist, actually comes into play. We are looking then at ISRU, which means in situ resource utilization. And that means that we're, for example, using some of the lunar soils. I wanted to bring some as well. Unfortunately, it's a flight hazard because of the fine-grainedness of the dust. And then we can, for example, use this to make little concrete blocks. Which then eventually I broke. This was one of my first thesis projects that I've done using simulant, so not real Martian and lunar soils, to try and see if we can create lunar concrete or lunarcrete, which would be potentially strong enough to have some houses there. And right now, actually, I'm also doing a PhD in ISRU, in situ resource utilization, and then specifically on how to make solar panels. So that is what I'm doing in Estonia, in Tallinn. And then we're looking specifically at a type of material for the solar cells, which is called pyrite, which is iron disulfide. And it's actually a very strange solar cell material. It's a relatively common mineral as well on Earth, even here in India. We have these nice little cubic crystals. Maybe you've seen them as well. They look a little bit like this, usually a bit smaller, of course. And it's also called fool's gold. And the nice thing is actually that it has what we call a very high absorption coefficient. So if you shine a laser on it, with wavelengths very similar to solar wavelengths, actually they will get absorbed a lot. And that also comes with what we call a suitable band gap. So the activation energy of the photons to jump up and down, basically, if the electrons, if they're being hit by the photons inside the material, means that we should be able to produce a decent current as well, using quite literally just these kinds of pyrites. There are some challenges as well with it, otherwise I guess everyone would already be using pyrite solar cells, and that is mostly that we have a relatively low current, and that has to do with some of the defects that we find in the surface of these pyrite minerals. And that is what I'm mostly working on right now. It's to use what we call monograin layer solar cells. So these are solar cells that consist of a lot of these very, very small grains. They're quite big over here, but then we have a pyrite grain with a cover around it from a different semiconductive layer. And then over here, in between the two, we actually have what we call the p-n junction that makes the energy happen if you shine a light on it. And then the nice thing from this specific type of solar cell structure is because we have all of these single crystals, it is much more weather resilient as well, which of course is a great benefit as well for the lunar surface. As I said, the lunar surface is not the most hospitable place to be, and there will be some of these micrometeorites hitting, but the nice thing from these kinds of solar cell structures is that actually if you cut away a part of it, for example by a micrometeorite or somebody who is literally putting a scissors into it, the rest of the things will still work. Every single grain is its own solar cell, which means that we have a lot of redundancy as well, of course, which is some of the things we're looking for in solar missions. So these are some of the grains that you can see over here, very nice little round-like crystals. And over here, you see them emplaced on a solar cell. So basically, we have the grains, we put them in an epoxy, we cover them, and eventually we can remove the epoxy to even further reduce the weight. So we can have very lightweight and even flexible solar cells, which should be relatively easy to mass produce as well on the lunar surface, which means that we can cover for our humans on the moon needs up to quite large areas. So we can print or manufacture these kinds of solar cells over larger areas on the lunar surface. The efficiency might not be as high as what we would need on Earth, but at the same time, there's not a lot of people living on the moon, so it would be relatively easy to cover larger swaths of lunar surface with these kinds of materials and actually enjoy a more energy costly lunar living. Another form of ISRU is actually what I'm doing, not with my PhD, but with my company. And then we're looking not just at the soils or the minerals or sometimes even the atmosphere, but we're looking at whole structures. And some of these structures we have over here, and those are called lava tubes. And lava tubes are an amazing landform. They are sometimes also called caves, but technically they are not caves. Caves are usually erosional, whereas a lava tube itself actually forms on the lunar surface. Or on Earth's surface. So just to give a little bit of an overview, a short geology lesson on how a lava tube forms. It's actually the lava flow itself that is running over the surface, running downhill at relatively specific angles, somewhere between 5 to 8 degrees angle. And because it's a very hot lava, it tends to cool down, of course, first on the top surface, and it starts to form a crust. And on this crust actually insulates the rest of the lava flow. So it sort of places a cover onto the more liquid rocks underneath. And eventually the liquid rocks underneath, they tend to flow away. And then we are left with basically this little cover. And that is the lava tube that we have. And then, of course, hopefully we can live in it. And these lava tubes actually exist both on Earth and on the moon. This is, for example, what they look like on Earth. If we put some lights in it, this is how they look like on the moon. And the nice thing actually from lava tubes on the moon is that because of the lower gravity, they can be a lot bigger and still remaining their structural integrity. So some of these lava tubes, which you can see, for example, around the Aristarchus and the Herodotus crater, are about 75 kilometers in length. And this pit, actually I see that the logo is covering the size as well, but this is about 120 meters. So it's actually a pit with a diameter of 120 meters, about 300 meters deep. And also, one of these lava tubes actually extends sometimes up to 100 kilometers, which means that we cannot just build a small lunar habitat inside and put 1 or 2 astronauts in there, but we could actually build a whole lunar village inside one of these lava tubes. As I said, they are not just on the Earth, nor are they just on the moon, and they're actually also on Mars. I hope some of you recognize the topographical map of Mars. And if we then zoom in into one of the larger volcanic areas, this is actually the largest volcano we have ever discovered. It's not on Earth, it's on Mars. It's called Olympus Mons. Actually, just north of that, you have an even bigger volcano. It's just not as high. The color coding is just for the altitude. Comparison to the relative sea level that we have set on Mars, which is actually a whole other story. I can come back to that later as well. As you can see, some of these larger basins are below sea level, are relatively large negative altitude. Olympus Mons is the highest one. It's about 26 kilometers in altitude. It's about 3.5 Mount Everest. So it's quite a tough climb, I would say. Patera is yet another volcano which is even bigger. It's slightly bigger than the size of France in comparison. It is only 10 kilometers high, though, so it's slightly more than Mount Everest. It's not that high, you know. But on the side of this, we actually have discovered evidence as well of some lava tubes, mostly in gravimetric data, where we see a sort of a lack of gravity, which then suggests that there might be some sort of a large subsurface space. And these are just different type of structures we have identified on the western flank of Albatera. As you can see on the scale as well on the top left corner, these structures are very, very big. And just assuming that half of the structures we've identified on the lunar surface, on the Martian surface, actually are lava tubes, we have discovered more lava tubes on Mars than we have on Earth. Sorry? The different colors are actually different types of structures that we're using to discover whether it's a lava tube or not. So some of them are rheas, some of them are gravimetric, and some of them are magnetometric as well. And because, of course, we are looking as well for humans first to go to the moon, and then to Mars. At least that is part of the roadmap that we have set forth. And actually, just last week also has been signed into a new agreement between the European Space Agency and Israel, which makes actually a lot of sense if we then are able to utilize these kinds of lava tube structures on the lunar surface and then also on the Martian surface, basically using the moon as a test bed before going into much deeper space exploration. And this is just actually a overview map, the Jezero crater. That's where one of our favorite little Martian rovers is running around right now. There was also a drone flying at some point. But we have lava tubes identified as well in northeast Syrtis, which is only about 80 to 90 kilometers away from Jezero, which of course still more than a day walking, but at the same time, if you see that Mars on average is about 160 million kilometers far away, it's very, very close by, I would say, and we're almost there. And the reason actually why we do this is, of course, to help understand our own planet as well. The lunar surface contains keys that we are not able to find on Earth anymore. Earth has life as we know it, but at the same time, for geologists, life can also sometimes be very big nuisance, because life also alters the rocks and it also alters the composition. Another thing on Earth, we have volcanism, which means that we have a renewal processes on the Earth's surface, which means that it's actually very hard to find some of these older rocks, and it's much easier relatively to find these on the lunar surface or on the Martian surface. So that's why we do these kinds of missions, partially robotic. So this is one of the little rovers we have deployed during one of our campaigns in Iceland. You can see a GoPro mounted on the head as well, which is a walking rover. Of course, we've also been into the lava tubes. So this is, for example, what you can see on some of the insides of the lava tubes. And these little stalactites are technically not true stalactites. Again, it's also not technically a true cave, because stalactites tend to form over longer periods of time when there's water dripping down from the surface, and then you have precipitation of some of the minerals inside. And these are actually formed at the time of the lava tube formation. So when you have this tube and there's lava sloshing around on the inside, it falls, splashes upward as well, it falls down, and while it's sinking down, it actually solidifies. So these are actually the remnants of the liquid lava inside, and quite a few of them are like their own tiny lava tubes as well. They tend to be hollow on the inside. And it's just a very magical place to be. At the same time, there's also a little bit of a problem, because you have such a strange and very active surface on the inside of a lava tube, and because it's been coated by lava on all sides, it also bothers the radio signals a lot. It's almost like you have a very metallic surface in a very long tube. So if you're trying to operate via radio, there are quite a few funny things that you will see happening to the signal, where it either bounces around or it just basically disappears into the wall because it's being stuck in a lot of these. Yes, yes. At least on Earth we can, of course, on the Moon and Mars. Yeah. No, so the rocks are relatively porous. So you also notice, especially if you're inside a lava tube in Iceland, it tends to take about 2 to 3 days after a heavy rainfall that it starts to rain in the cave as well. So it's, but these structures on Earth are relatively unstable, because they tend to be, of course, close to larger volcanoes, which are often also not the most geological stable places to be. And they have, I mean, they are relatively thin shells, of course, of lava that was formed on top of a surface. So as soon as something new is coming over the surface, they tend to break down. Luckily, however, on the Moon and on Mars, we don't have a lot of this volcanism anymore, which means that the lava tubes that have been formed on the lunar and the Martian surface are actually billions of years old. And then, of course, we come again, I guess, to the question of what is lethal. But at the same time, if you want to have a little bit less lethal, if you, for example, want to study ancient microbes on Mars, if they are there, these kind of lava tubes, because they are so locked away, because they are protecting from the radiation, from the meteorites, from the regolith or the percolates on Mars, they are sort of the ideal freezer location that if we once had something on the surface that was living, there's quite a decent chance of that they are still either around, live or dead or fossilized inside one of these lava tubes. And that is why I would say we have to sort of get out of our comfort zone. Right now, of course, our comfort zone is down here on Earth, but we want to go up into space and actually explore more. And it's not just, of course, for the exploration part, it's also what we call serendipity. It's a very strange word, maybe, but it's basically, it means to find that what you were not looking for, but what you actually needed. And that is one of the nice things from space exploration, because it's pushing our boundaries in ways that we haven't been pushed before, that we actually find things that we haven't found before. And that means that we can develop new technology. And a lot of the technology we're using in everyday life is, of course, also space-based. The cameras in your phone, for example, are space-based. MRI is based on space applications. Extreme botany is also based on space applications. New solar cell technology actually came into being. Solar cells are almost 200 years old, or PV cells. We've known about these kinds of processes, but they were at very, very low efficiencies because we didn't really need it. You know, on Earth we had first whale oil and then regular petroleum oil, and then we had gas, and we have windmills. So why would you really need to develop these kinds of solar cells unless you want to go to Jupiter and you need to make sure that every single photon that you can still get from the sun is being put to good use. And that is basically the type of impact that we also see from the space sector. It's going much further beyond than just into space, but it's actually also the impact that space has on us, and us as humans in our relatively vulnerable state. And that's also, of course, if you look down, again, I'm a geologist, so I'm used to looking down into the earlier history of Earth. We've had several mass extinctions. For example, the one from about 66 million years ago that wiped out the dinosaurs, and basically everything land dwelling above 25 pounds was wiped out just one extinction. And at the same time, this was actually not the biggest extinction event we have had experienced in our past. And I think it's something that we, as organisms, as life, as you already mentioned as well, we strive to survive. We strive to complete our genomic sequence and actually pass on our genes as well. And that is something we've always seen throughout the history of life, going back billions of years. And I think we humans are just the first ones to accidentally be able to do so, maybe on purpose, or maybe the first to do so ever, to actually spread out beyond the Earth and actually set forth our survival. And I think that's the sort of the end game of these kinds of projects that I'm working on. It's not just to survive on the moon, it's not just to survive in space, but it's also to make life on Earth a lot better. And that's why I think Lunar ISRU is actually going from surviving to living, to lunar living. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Pressurized carbon under pressure needs to convert to diamond. Have you found it?
I
you have vacuum, selling them and making money, and why do you?
Well, I actually have found diamonds, but you will not be able to find them inside lava tubes. Lava tubes actually don't go down. As I said, they are forming over the surface. So even though sometimes you have to walk for more than a kilometer before you have another exit point to get out, you're usually only about 10, 30 meters below the surface. So that's not enough pressure to form diamonds. Besides, diamonds are formed by carbon, of course. It's pressurized carbon. And these are usually very, very deep magmatic sources coming all the way down from the basis of the mantle, almost at the core. And there's almost no carbon inside the inside of the planet Earth. It's mostly on the outside. So
the conduit for the magma to come from inside the Earth to the surface of the Earth, that's not called a lava tube.
No, that's not the lava tube. Yeah. It would depend a lot on the type of volcanism. Diamonds are not very stable, and as a geologist, we tend to dislike diamonds in that sense. If you hold up a normal lighter underneath a diamond, it will evaporate and it will turn into carbon dioxide. So please don't do that to your diamonds. I mean, you can test whether it's a real diamond or it's a zircon, but don't do it because you will lose your diamonds. So also, if a diamond would be placed inside a volcano, it would quite literally evaporate. It would add a little bit of carbon, of course, to the volcanic eruption, which tends to make it more explosive, so you can make some fireworks. So the only way that you would be able to find these kinds of diamonds in or near a volcano would be what we call xenoliths. So larger pieces of rock mass that happen to be also at very large depth. They sort of break off and they actually go with the lava or the magma flow up towards the surface to be exposed, where we can find them then. Yeah.
I need to cancel my plans of going to Iceland finally.
About this, about the lunar living,
Mm-hmm.
there is Indian Institute of Science here, and there is a, maybe you heard about ILOA. So what they're doing, actually, I'll show you. But what they're doing, they're studying the space bricks for lunar habitation. You must have heard about ILOA. They use they developed a technique to use bacteria and lunar dust to make bricks, build bricks. And bacteria in those bricks even fixes the cracks.
Yes.
You must have heard about it.
Yes, there are definitely some studies as well. So one of the big benefits from using traditional concrete is that it hardens over time, and it's also vacuum proof. So you can pressurize it on the inside and have a vacuum or near vacuum. The lunar atmosphere is a bit debatable in that sense on the outside, without having to worry of too many of the gases escaping. But of course you can also kind of scoop up some regolith, maybe even use some of these types of concrete as well, and blow up a balloon on the inside. Just make sure you put an airlock on the balloon, and then it will also work to save weight human beings as well. So I know that there's definitely a lot of different structures. There's also some fungi being used for mycocrete, as it's called, where it's also self-healing. So there are definitely very, very cool plants, very cool structures as well. And I think in the end, we need to have this diversity of the materials that we need. For some of the things, for example, because we want to avoid the regolith, one of the crucial steps that we also need to develop before we have a larger scale human colony on the lunar surface would be to have a launch and a landing pad for rockets and actually roads. Because otherwise you would be walking through the dust and you're just kicking up the dust, which can sometimes take more than a month to actually settle down again on the lunar surface. So you want to have a dust-free pavement, which will require us to make some bricks as well. Whereas for the landing pad, we of course need mostly heat-resistant bricks, so we don't melt our way into the moon whilst we're landing or shooting up our rockets. And for the humans, I would say we mostly need radiation-protectant kind of bricks. So I think we need a diversity in different types of bricks, concrete, construction materials. Yeah.
That's what's very interesting. That work is in parallel IIC and ISRO, and it's about using bacteria to build structures, Earth bacteria to build structures on the moon and on Mars. Bring our bacteria. So where is the perfection? And I have one more question, just out of curiosity. You were showing CMBR map in the beginning. I wonder why.
The CMBR. Oh, let's go all the way back. Yes. This one, you mean? Yes. Yeah, so those are the two different types of radiation that we tend to experience. Of course, we have the solar radiation, and with that also solar wind and coronal mass ejections, which is dangerous on another level than the cosmic microwave background radiation. Yeah. Both are not fun, though, so. Mm-hmm.
What's the motivation to use pyrite or silicon? That's one.
Mm-hmm.
So once you generate the power with solar panels, what's the plan for storage for batteries on the moon? Because clearly you don't have sunlight or.
Yes. Yeah. So at least the battery part is and might sound a bit childish, but it's not my first problem to solve. Of course, there are many different things that we want to specialize in and focus on. So battery storage is definitely a thing that is necessary as well for lunar exploration. I mean, we have 14 days in which we can generate powers, but then we have 14 days in which it's going to be very, very cold, and we want to use all of that power just to stay warm. So there is definitely also a need for battery sources, indeed. And regarding why we're not using silicon. And that actually has to do with the manufacturing process for silicon. So right now we don't have any infrastructure, of course, on the lunar surface to try and make these kinds of solar panels. And even though indeed silicon could have a much higher efficiency in the end, you will also need very, very pure silicon grade for this. And on Earth we have kind of these super factories which can make it. And we have then 7N specific silicon. So that means that it's 99.999999% pure silicon, which is good for semiconductors, for microchips, but it also means that we need to have a whole big factory to actually purify the silicon to the amount that we would need to get to these high efficiency. Whereas iron is one of the most common elements actually we can find on the lunar surface. It's about 10 to 12% of the lunar surface. There's some troilite as well, which is iron monosulfide from meteorites, which means that it is relatively easy to extract. The synthesis can happen at much lower temperatures. It's only about 600 degrees Celsius, whereas silicon you need to go upwards of about 1100 degrees, which also of course means much more energy input to get some energy output. And then it's basically the energy return of investment that you need to make. But then it seems that only a 4% pyrite efficiency solar cell would be better than a 19% silicon-based solar cell. So I would say this is one of the cooler things to do so. And another cool thing is that they're golden solar cells, which I think is very nice. Yeah. One more question over there. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the reasons why we're looking specifically to these kinds of solar cells. So we don't actually need a lot of protection. So we have a foil or a top cover on the front side, which is mostly against scratching. But at the same time, because we have all of these tiny grains, and all of these tiny grains are actually solar cells in and of themselves, it's relatively easy to just lose a part in that sense if there's some meteorite impact. Whereas with the larger silicon structures, it's basically the larger the crystal is, the more efficiency you will be able to get as well. But it means that if you put a tiny dent inside one of the larger crystals, you lose the whole crystal. Whereas over here, you only lose the tiny part that actually gets impacted. So that's yet another benefit, I guess, as well from using these types of solar cell structures rather than the current silicon-based ones we have on Earth. Let's see, do we have... I think I can just tell. The way we set up these kinds of campaigns is actually to work together with a lot of research institutes and universities. And then, for example, a researcher has an idea that they want to test inside an analog mission. And then you can either try to set up your own expedition, but that will be several hundreds of thousands of rupees per day of the expedition, or you can sort of buy a mission hour during one of our missions, and then we will perform the experiment for the researcher, sometimes also inviting the researchers or the PI with us on these kinds of expeditions to actually perform the research then inside. So that's also why we don't have a full laboratory and we can have a mobile habitat. So our habitat can basically be placed anywhere in the world where we want. We have solar spacesuits which we can put anywhere. We have solar cells, we have a generator, we have communication device. So if you want to set up an analog mission here in Bengaluru, then I would be very happy to send it over and just do something over here. One more question? Mm-hmm.
Since from looking about a geological perspective, what makes it so aggressive and flinching? Is it because of the weathering or is it because of the fine particulate of light?
It's mostly because of the fineness, but also in the way that it has been formed. So on Earth, we have all these nice processes like wind, rain, life itself as well. We have a lot of chemistry going on, which sort of rounds the grains. So even if we have a very cubic grain, it's relatively well-rounded thing. Whereas on the lunar surface, this regolith is actually formed by radiation impact, by micrometeorite impact, and there are no processes to smoothen anything of it out. So it's more like sort of a branch of needles rather than an actual sort of a grain of sand. And that means that it has so much surface area that it will basically react with anything. It's also statically charged, so it will also stick to anything, even though itself is not even conductive. And because it's so incredibly light, as I said, it has almost no volume. As soon as you throw it up into the air, it will take on Earth about 2 weeks to completely settle down again. So it's very dangerous dust in that sense, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right now, in those lava tubes, there is no water. So if they are there, they will just stay there. If you add water, they will revive. They will be revived. And I don't think they need too much oxygen. Water has oxygen, of course. So maybe they use an oxygen from water because they live in the water. But about the dust, I just wanted to have a comment. So we talk about lunar dust so much that it's so bad and all, but there are instruments on the moon which are called laser retinal reflectors, and they are still working.
Yeah.
The ones that were placed there in 78, I think the first one was placed.
Mm-hmm.
They're still working. They're still reflecting the lasers from the Earth. And yes, NASA's still working on this. That's how we measure the distance to the moon. And this, it means that dust is not that important for these reflectors. There is another method. What happens is that there is a suggestion that on the moon dust moves with the terminator. Charge.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually comes with the terminator and then sun blows it away. Because it's exactly statically charged.
Yeah.
So as sun comes up, the dust blows away. So dust may be not such a big problem for the surfaces, for such surfaces as usual.
Yeah. You mean if there's lava tubes as well on Venus, or? There are some maps of the Venusian surface, but. Mm-hmm. There is also a topographical map for Venus. I don't have it in the presentation, but you should be able to find it online. And the Lunar and Planetary Institute from the US actually has quite a large open source data as well for this. Yep.
All the human missions to all the planets and satellites over the years, since 50s we've been sending probes.
Mm-hmm.
Have we ever discovered an element or a compound not found on Earth outside Earth?
Thus far, as I know, no. partially also because the elements, of course, have a finite amount, and basically all of the elements above 92, above uranium, are mostly synthetic, produced on Earth. They have such a short half-life that you will not be able to find them in nature. In terms of compounds, as far as I know, not. That is mostly because we have so many different processes on Earth, that we have a lot of the different minerals and compounds already here. I do know that Earth has at least roughly 4,000 different mineral species that we have discovered this far. The Moon only has about 500 of them, which mostly has to do with a much shorter time scale of volcanism, and also a lack of atmosphere. And on Mars we have, I believe it's about 12 to 1,700 mineral species that we've discovered this far. So there are definitely some, but I am not aware of any new compounds, new minerals or elements, no.
Not even using spectroscopy?
I think also to determine, of course, that it's something new, we would need to have very detailed spectrograms, and the most detailed spectrograms we have are also the spectrograms we have on Earth, just because we have much larger analysis facilities. So, as far as I know, no. A protein found in a meteorite. Hemolytin. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Add your perspective on that MRI new solar cell? That's question number one. And what's the life of this new solar cells?
You mean the lifespan of some of these cells? It mostly depends, of course, also on the type of environment that you are in. So right now we have been doing some radiation tests on some of our pyrite solar cells, and because they are sort of bulk minerals, they're relatively radiation resistant. There's not a lot of different things happening. Thus far it seems actually that the epoxy that we're using to sort of glue them in place is by far the most radiation prone. But at the same time, as soon as we have a front and a back contact to provide the support, we don't even necessarily need the epoxy anymore. So in that sense, I'm not aware of sort of a very finite lifespan of these types of solar cells. And there are over 400 different types of solar cells, and a large part of them are also currently being developed for all kinds of special applications. There's also indoor solar cells, there's solar cells for on planes, there's solar cells that can also function as cameras. So there are a lot of different things. I would say in general, just the amount of resources that you require to mine the ground resources for the solar cell on the Moon is right now one of the biggest challenges, especially if you want to have something that we can apply on larger scale. We also need to have basically mass mining kind of constructions over there, let alone the mass manufacturing and the energy required for that manufacturing. So that is why pyrite seems to be one of the best fits right now, because the mining costs are very, very low. The manufacturing costs are relatively low as well. So I'm not too aware of some of the newer solar cell technologies. Yeah. You mean of the pyrite solar cells?
Yeah, the new solar cells. Like now you have normal solar panels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still you're working on how it's going to be degraded in cyclic aspects.
Yes. Yeah. So That is usually mostly dependent on the type of what we call the dopants, so the little amounts of trace elements that we put in to change the conductive properties of the solar cells. Those are the more dangerous compounds and also the very rare compounds, so the ones that are actually worth it to try and recycle. Whereas the silicon itself, silicon is the main component of most of planet Earth. So it's silicon and oxygen, it's quartz or quartz-based minerals are very, very common. So recycling for the silicon wouldn't make too much sense. So it's always dependent on the type of dopants that you're putting in. And for that, we would still need to further develop our solar cells as well to figure out what types of dopants we need in what quantities before we can then start looking at how to recycle these materials. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Jatin Mehta, and I'll speak about some of the notable science results from India's Chandrayaan 2 and 3 missions that have come in the last year. And the reason I wanted to focus on this for this particular session is because science from our missions are actually underreported. Our missions are reported about, the launch is reported about, the landing is reported about and celebrated as it should be. But what happens after that? After the landing, we actually conduct the actual mission. Once you're on the surface, safe and sound, you conduct missions using the lander, using the rover, and any such elements you may have. So I wanted to focus a little bit on what we actually learned in terms of scientific results from our Chandrayaan 2 and 3 missions. A brief introduction about myself. I'm a space writer. I've been published on various publications and let's see this. Okay. I've been published on various publications and I write Moon Monday, which is a weekly newsletter on lunar exploration. As you know, there's a lot happening in moon missions around the world. Many countries are sending their first, second, third moon missions. There's entire programs to send crew to the moon again from China and US respectively. And so what I try to do is I try to assimilate all of it in one place and give you updates on a weekly basis as to who is doing what. And you also get links to original sources so that you can go down your own internet rabbit holes if you like. So yeah, that's basically what I do, and I also write a monthly report on Indian space, simply because ISRO doesn't. So, India is doing a lot in space, and I sort of try to tie it together and give you like a bird's eye view. I did say Chandrayaan 2 and 3, but you cannot have a presentation on science from Chandrayaan without starting with Chandrayaan 1 and mentioning its most significant contribution, which is the discovery of water ice or the confirmation of water ice on the moon. It was actually 2 US instruments on Chandrayaan 1 that confirmed water ice on the moon, and that is what has catalyzed this rush to the moon from countries worldwide. So it's been a very important reason why we are going back to the moon, and not just we, the countries that have never explored the moon before are exploring the moon now. So that's very important. But now that that's behind us, let's move to Chandrayaan 2. It has given us quite a few scientific results, especially like in the last year. One of these has been from its DF star, which is a radar instrument. And so the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter is like a full-fledged reconnaissance orbiter, which means it has all sorts of instruments. It has an optical instrument, it has a radar instrument, it has spectrometers, and so on, right? So it's like a full-fledged reconnaissance orbiter. So one of the instruments is a radar, and what it does is it can tell you it can tell you where on the moon's poles water ice deposits are likely to be present. It can tell you the surface roughness of those areas. So for example, you can tell certain types of rock textures from it, which is important to consider when you are doing, landing site selection for your missions, for example, and so on. So this is an illustration with with real data on top of the Peary crater on the north pole of the moon, which has a permanently shadowed region within it. Not all of it is permanently shadowed, mind you, but it has a permanently shadowed region within it, which is where scientists think water ice is based on orbital data. So Chandrayaan-2 did follow-up observations after Chandrayaan-1, essentially, and as the legend suggests, you have these blue areas. I can't see okay, it's very fine. Never mind. The blue areas are the ones which we think is likely to have water ice deposits. Now, the reason I stress on likely is because you still do not have enough of a distinct signature from the existing orbiters to really tell if it's water ice, or if it's water ice mixed with regolith, or if it's something else that having the same reflectance as water ice is. So you don't really know. That's why you need surface missions to go on the moon's poles, actually go within one of the permanently shadowed regions and sort of find out the ground truth, literally. But these kinds of measurements still help you to even plan those missions. So that is the context in which you have to view these results. The Chandrayaan-2 orbiter has also been helping other missions do their science. So for example, here is the sort of now famous SLIM lander from Japan, which after landing sort of toppled upside down, unfortunately because of an engine failure, which sort of offset the thrust and other things. But the important thing is, despite that, it achieved its precision landing target. So what SLIM did is it targeted something no one else did before. So for example, when during the Apollo era, landers made it to the moon, including with humans on the namesake missions, as well as with robots on the Surveyor missions, they had huge landing site ellipses. So in technical terms, the ellipsis is basically your area within which you are expected to land. And the closer you are to the center, the better your accuracy was. So these areas are huge for most landers. For Chandrayaan, for example, with Chandrayaan-3, we had an area which was something around 500 meters by 4 kilometers. So it's still fairly large. But with SLIM, Japan tried to do something much more ambitious. They said we will land within a 100 by 100 meter radius. So imagine sending something from Earth and saying you will land within a 100 by 100 meter point on the moon, right? That's crazy. And so at the end of the day, despite the lopsided landing, they achieved that. So they landed within 55 meters of the target center point. You can never you can never actually achieve the 0 meter point, but 55 meters, so they actually achieved their goal. But what helped it in doing that was Chandrayaan-2 orbiter's high-resolution mapping of that landing site. So Chandrayaan-2 orbiter has a camera called Orbital High-Resolution Camera, OHRC, and that can image at a best resolution of about 25 centimeters per pixel, which is almost twice that of NASA's best from LRO. So what they did was, ISRO and JAXA collaborated in a way that they loaded OHRC maps onto the SLIM lander, and during its final leg of the landing, it would use those maps. So these two images that you see within the blue boxes, they are maps from OHRC, which the lander used to identify where it is above the surface of the moon during its final leg of the landing, and accordingly try to navigate to where it's supposed to be. And so the OHRC maps actually helped it not only select a safe landing site, but also get enough of the precision needed to meet their goal of having a precision landing. Similarly, 3 instruments on the Chandrayaan-2 orbiter in particular are helping with Artemis landing site selections. So as you know, The US has a program called Artemis program, and with it they want to send humans to the moon again. And so with Artemis 3, that would be the first such mission targeting a crewed landing on the moon to follow up on the Apollo era of landings. And for that, they have selected these candidate sites, 9 candidate sites so far, after filtering down from many more from that. So these landing sites are near the moon's south pole, which is where, again, we expect water ice to be somewhere. And so what ISRO and NASA have been doing is utilizing 3 of the instruments on the orbiter, the radar, the infrared spectrometer, and of course the high-resolution camera to sort of analyze these landing sites for one, safety, scientific importance, and where, of course, where the potential water ice deposits are supposed to be. Now, radar also helps you in sort of characterizing the landing site in terms of hazards, because it gives you like these surface roughness sort of features. So it gives you something that purely an optical camera will not tell you. So in that sense, it's very useful. So yeah, so ISRO has been actually helping NASA better select landing sites, and so that collaboration is ongoing. And that will result in a lot of science and also, of course, safe landings. But there's another trick up its sleeve that the orbiter has, which is something that past orbiters haven't had, and is that there's an instrument on board the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter called the Solar X-ray Monitor, XSM. And what it does is it does not look at the moon as its name suggests. It looks at the sun whenever feasible, of course, based on the geometry. So it looks at the sun and it monitors X-rays coming from the sun. And so what it is useful for is these are real images from its paper. So you can see that it's trying to map some of the, map is a wrong word, but it's trying to emit some of the flares on the solar surface. So these are small flares, not the usual large ones that you see in the media. These are very small nano and micro flares, but these are very important to understanding some of the scientific secrets of the sun. For example, we know that the sun's corona, which is its outer atmosphere, is millions of degrees hotter than its surface. So flares are thought to be like one of the reasons why, and so that mechanism to be able to unlock that is possible through such studies. So one of the instruments on the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter actually observes the sun. I think that's pretty cool, and that's also interesting because it's observing it outside Earth's protective magnetic field. So NASA also has similar spacecraft, but within around Earth. So they are sometimes protected by the magnetic field, and so if the sun erupts certain kinds of radiation, those spacecraft and satellites will not see it, but the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter will probably pick it up. So that's the reason behind sending it there and not just doing it on Earth or from Earth orbit. So that's one thing. The other thing is, of course, other than that, it's been using its suite of instruments to do all sorts of studies like volcanism studies, geologic studies, mapping studies, and so on. But one thing I wanted to highlight in particular is that there's another instrument complementary to the Solar X-ray Monitor, which is CLASS. It's an X-ray spectrometer, and what it does is it tries to identify elements on the lunar surface. So as of today, in fact, as of 2 years ago, the CLASS instrument has mapped almost the entire lunar surface in the highest resolution mapping for elemental abundances so far. And that's very interesting because it tells you about the nature of the lunar crust. And the nature of the lunar crust tells you about its origin and its evolution. So there's like a whole string of things that you can infer, and that's basically what we do with science, right? Scientists can take one data point and sort of infer a whole string of things from there. And so these elemental measurements that it does of various things on the moon, for example, it found chromium on the moon, which was never detected before. And so these elemental abundances, it can say, okay, if these elements are present, which means these minerals should be there, and therefore this is the nature of the crust, and therefore this is how the moon must have formed or evolved, and so on, right? So that's one of the things that I wanted to highlight. Then we come to Chandrayaan 3. Chandrayaan 3, of course, had a lander and a rover. and had an orbiter module, which, it's easy to forget, but that was also there. It was sort of pivotal in bringing it to lunar orbit. So there's the picture of a rover before flight here, being prepared and tested. And here is the spectrum that one of the instruments on the rover measured. There's an alpha particle X-ray spectrometer on board, which, if I can spot it here, yes. Do you see the laser is very, very fine, but do you see the, okay, never mind. Here, this thing, right? So that's the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer, and it sort of turns by 90 degrees to take measurements. So it's a very compact design. It weighs only 700 grams. The entire rover itself weighs 26 kilograms. And if you know anything about, the NASA Mars rovers, they are huge, and the spectrometers on them are huge. So for them, just to fit this instrument and make it work and be close enough to the surface so that it actually takes elemental measurements was a challenge. But they did it in this very compact design, so that's interesting. Anyway, so in the 100 meters or so that it drove on the lunar surface, this was India's first rover, so they were cautious with the engineering of it and the mission operations of it. But nevertheless, the 100 meters or so that the rover roved on the surface, and the landing site was further down south. So if I can maybe locate it here. Okay, yeah, it should be like ballparking it, but sort of somewhere over here. So it was very down south, which is in stark contrast to the past missions, which have been either in the equatorial region or near equatorial region, at best mid-latitudes at best, and that too is a recent development. So this was like a very high latitude region, but not polar, mind you, a high latitude close to polar region. And so these were the first measurements of its kind of elemental abundances in the region, and that actually helped scientists confirm that the moon was once in a molten state, the illustration of which you see here. So the moon was once in a molten state after its formation, because the hypothesis is that a Mars-sized body collided with Earth like shortly after the formation of the solar system, and it is from the remnants of the Earth that was sloshed around in orbit is how the moon formed. So the early moon is assumed to have a global magma ocean of some sort, and if that is true, then the composition of the crust across the moon should be somewhat homogeneous, right? Because if it did not have a global ocean, and if it only had pockets of magma oceans, then the composition, let's say, on the northern side of the moon would be different from the southern side of the moon, and so on. So the importance of Chandrayaan 3 landing in a location far away from any of the past missions is that if you get a composition which is similar, then it sort of lends credence to your theory that, the moon's crust was indeed homogeneous, and therefore the moon's origin must have been in a way that we actually think it is. So that was one of the good scientific results from it. There's also more papers coming out of it, so it's still being analyzed. So one of the recent papers which came out was talking about the evolution of the moon and how one of the biggest crater on the moon, the South Pole Aitken Basin, which is further down south on the far side of the moon, has affected the Chandrayaan 3 landing site. But I will not discuss that because it's still a work in progress, and scientists are still debating as to what we are actually learning from it. Then there was another experiment on the Chandrayaan 3 lander. So you see this probe here, right? It's a thermal probe. It's called Chaste. I'm not sure why, but it's a thermal probe. And here is a model of it. So they had like 10 temperature sensors across the probe, and they inserted it into the lunar soil. The lunar soil is a very bad conductor of heat, and therefore it's a very good insulator. And so what they did is they inserted it about almost 10 centimeters into the soil and took temperature measurements across the 10 sensors across the lunar day, and including before and after the lander hop experiment. Basically what they learned is that between the topmost sensor and the bottommost sensor, there's a temperature difference of about 50 to 80 degrees Celsius between the two. So the lunar soil is not effective at all in transferring the heat that it gets from the sun all the way down. And why is that relevant? Because the Chandrayaan 3 landing site, again, is closer to the South Pole than most missions, right? And the South Pole is where we think the water ice is. And not only the water ice is expected on the surface, but it's also expected below the surface. So what they found is, based on this experiment, and based on the temperature profiles that they derived on, after getting real ground truth data and not just orbital data, what they understood is that even if you're not exactly at the lunar poles, if you're close enough to it, you will still have certain areas where temperatures are low enough and remain low enough throughout the lunar day that you can expect pockets of water ice there. And so that is one of the biggest findings from this experiment. And that means that you don't need to necessarily send missions to the moon's poles themselves to be able to study water ice. You might actually find it closer to it as well, and that has engineering implications because, well, the moon's poles are extremely rocky, near the poles relatively less so, and so on. So you have all sorts of, engineering implications of this discovery. Then, lastly, the orbiter, the Chandrayaan 3 orbiter, had one experiment on board because its primary job was to just, get the Chandrayaan lander in lunar orbit. But it did have one experiment on board. They managed to squeeze that in, and it's called the SHAPE experiment. And it tries to, we have heard people talk about exoplanets today in the first session. So what it did is it tried to contribute to this whole larger study of exoplanets in a very small but important way, where we know Earth has life, obviously, and we know what its signature looks like broadly. So what they thought is they tried to do an experiment in a way that assumed that you're looking at an exoplanet, and you try to look at it from multiple angles from your lunar orbit, and you try to see if you are able to infer the physical characteristics of Earth and its magnetic field and its direction and other things like that. If you are able to infer how many things about the Earth are you able to infer from those measurements, and then obviously you can correlate it with the real facts which we know in this case, and so that will help you calibrate future measurements where you don't know what the actual properties of the exoplanet are. And so this was an experiment to that end. Again, it's not like, it's not going to find life or anything, but it's one of the necessary steps that you need to do in order to better calibrate your observations for exoplanets, because especially with life, it's a big claim to make, and so you need to be sure that you have ironed out every single false positive kind of thing. So that was, I did want to mention one thing to add to one of the questions that was asked earlier about the radiation. There was a discussion about the radiation exposure to astronauts, right? So the one thing I'd like to add there is that the duration of the Apollo missions were short. They went on a very fast trajectory because the Saturn V was the best rocket they had ever built at the time. They went on a very fast trajectory, stayed on the moon for like 3 or 4 days, came back. And so the exposure to the astronauts in the moon and the cislunar environment was of a very short time, and so therefore that's not at all enough time to actually tell you, what the repercussions of radiation exposure to astronauts long term on the moon is. And that is why this time when NASA goes back, they had proposed that the Gateway, which is like an upcoming orbital lunar station, well, it may not be upcoming anymore because the NASA budget has proposed to cancel it, but ideally, assume it's there. There have been a whole array of experiments from ESA, JAXA, NASA to just characterize the long-term radiation environment at the moon across all of its cycles. So between, the solar wind and the cosmic rays and how the two interact as well, and all sorts of other things. So the Gateway is supposed to actually do that and tell you, what kind of a radiation environment humans will actually face if you start living long-term on or around the moon. So that's one of the purposes of it. And the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter also, by characterizing these solar emissions, by being in lunar orbit, is aiding to that end. And so that's one of the important things to remember, that the Apollo missions are very short-spanned, so you can't really base anything off of that. But there was a time between the 2 Apollo missions, 16 and 17 if I'm correct, if I'm remembering it correctly. Between the 16 and 17 missions, there was a solar storm, And so had that solar storm occurred when the astronauts were present on the moon, you can probably bet that they would have faced some sort of adverse effects related to it, at least if not like immediately, but certainly later on in life. So that's one of the things that we need to characterize, and that's why heliophysics is also very important when you are trying to plan long-term living on the moon, Mars, or any object in the solar system. Yes. One more answer to the question which I wanted to add back then, which is, have we found any minerals on the moon which have not been found on Earth? So yes, both the Apollo missions and the Lunar missions did find minerals that have no trace on Earth. But most recently, there is something called changasite, which Changa 5 found on the moon. It's a mineral. It's a phosphate-based mineral, and it was not present. It's not known to be present on Earth, and so that's the most recent discovery that we have. So we do find minerals which are not present on Earth, but they are not remarkable just because of that, but rather because of they tell you about the nuances of the conditions under which they formed. Okay, so that was like a hopefully quick wrap-up of everything that Chandrayaan 2 and 3 have taught us about the moon in the last year. And I sort of wish more people knew about it. But looking ahead, we have 2 missions that have been recently approved by the Indian government Union Cabinet. We have Chandrayaan 4, which is a sample return mission, sort of similar to Changa 5, and where you have multiple modules, and the modules will undock from each other. 2 of them will land, the ascent module will come back, and stuff like that. So here is a sort of a model of the Chandrayaan 4 spacecraft as being designed right now. It could change. The design is not past PDR yet, so who knows. But the idea is, there's one interesting thing here I would like you to note. India does not have a powerful enough launch vehicle to send the entire stack in a single launch. So what it is doing instead of, we are building a more powerful launch vehicle called the NGLV, the next generation launch vehicle. It will increase our capacity to Earth orbit and translunar injection by about 3x, if not more. However, that is still like years away. And so in the meanwhile, that's not stopping us from going to the moon anyway for a sample return. So what they just figured is they'll just use 2 launch vehicles with half the modules on either of them, and then they will dock in Earth orbit and then go to the moon, undock, and so on, right? So I thought that was very interesting. And if you look at China's Mars sample return mission, they have the same problem but at a higher scale, where they do have more powerful launch vehicles than us, but still not powerful enough to do a Mars sample return in one shot. So they are doing the same thing with Mars, and we are doing it with the moon. So I thought that was interesting. And another element there is Chandrayaan 4's landing site is not decided yet. Of course, it will take time, but based on the studies that are ongoing right now and based on what they seem to be finalizing, it's going to be around 85 south. And that's again interesting because no one else has gone there, certainly not for samples. Well, IM2 did land closer to 85 south, but it was not a sample return mission. So in that sense, between the Apollo missions that got samples, the Lunar missions that got samples, and the Changa 5 and 6 that got samples from the near side and the far side, none of them are high latitude, much less truly polar. So if Chandrayaan 4 actually brings samples from around 85 south, it will be amazing. So let's hope for the best there. It's a very complex mission. Many things could go wrong, but hopefully we'll get some very sweet lunar samples in India. And lastly, we have Chandrayaan 5. So Chandrayaan 4 was approved late last year, by the Union Cabinet for about $250 million, which is like a little more than 3x of the Chandrayaan 3 budget. I mean, given that it's a complex mission and so on. Chandrayaan 5 was approved just like last month by the Union Cabinet after a very, very long review process. And it's a collaboration with JAXA. So ISRO and JAXA are collaborating on the mission. You have the lander, which will be built by India, based on largely based on the Chandrayaan 3 design, much more evolved. And you have the rover, which will be provided by JAXA. So in that sense, you have a very good collaboration ongoing. And most importantly, the instruments on the lander and the rover will be split almost equally between JAXA and ISRO. So that's also something interesting to note, with contributions from ESA and NASA. So it's like a very good mission, a great example of collaboration, and its purpose is very unique, which is, as I said before, we actually need to go down on the moon's poles, get into one of those permanently shadowed regions, ideally many more, and get to know the ground truth of water on the moon, both its physical state, its chemical state, its accessibility, its volume. Then only we would truly know if we can sustain long-term human presence on the moon or not. So this rover will actually try to do exactly that. It's like a 100-day mission at least, and ideally, extending up to 6 months if everything works well. And it will try to go down inside permanently shadowed regions, have a drill, have a radar, have all sorts of spectrometers. This thing is loaded with instruments because its mass is like north of 300 kilograms. So it's a huge rover. It's an order of magnitude more than the Pragyan rover on Chandrayaan 3. So it's like a huge rover, and it will try to do that. So hopefully, by the end of the decade, when this mission flies, we will have that sort of information on hand. And it comes at a very important time because, as you know, NASA's Viper rover has been cancelled. Currently it's going into all sorts of restructuring, but at the moment it's as good as cancelled, and if not cancelled, certainly very much delayed from its original timeline, which was supposed to do the same kinds of things that LUPEX is doing. So the Viper rover not going to the moon's south pole anymore, or at least not in the same time frame as was originally promised, means that LUPEX gives us a chance to get that data again. And sort of, it would have been amazing if we had both of them because, India, JAXA, like India, Japan, and US are allies in space. So ideally, it's more the merrier. But unfortunately, because of Viper situation, LUPEX is our sort of only chance to get that information in the near term. And that's also relevant geopolitically because, well, China has Chang'e 7 scheduled to go next year and Chang'e 8 scheduled to go in 2028, both of them targeting the moon's south pole with a similar sort of experiments. And China has never had a major failure in the lunar exploration program. So in that sense, they will actually be knowing that information before us. And so that's interesting. And that's sort of like an overview of India's science goals in space and what we have already achieved in the last year. I keep track of all of these things across the globe. So if you liked what I said and if you want to have more information, Moon Monday is my newsletter. It's on my website, jatan.space. You can scan it to get there, and you can subscribe for free. So I sort of, since I like to keep track of global missions, I'm very happy with the fact that I have like a global audience. So it's sort of in that sense very nice to know. Similarly, just like tracking moon missions across the globe, I track everything that India does in space. And for that, I have the Indian Space newsletter on the same website. One subscription will give you everything for free. So if you like that, please do subscribe. And thank you.
My question is short. Who is the carrier for Chandrayaan 5?
Who is the carrier? The rocket, you mean? It's the H3 Japanese rocket. Sorry, I failed to mention that. The Japanese H3 rocket, because the Chandrayaan 5 stack, the rover is north of 300 kilograms, the lander is north of 6,000 kilograms. So India does not have a launch vehicle that's powerful enough to launch it. But that was part of the deal that, H3, the Japanese H3 will launch the combined stack. Yeah.
That is one thing. The other thing is, that is the one which you prominently mentioned. But there was another payload called Rambha.
Right.
So this is not the Puranic Rambha. On lunar exosphere, yes.
Yeah.
And there was yet another payload. So, but I don't want to go in further. Anyway, you mentioned very prominently what should have been mentioned. Fantastic. But only one thing.
No.
Only one thing, all over India and even abroad, people thought that when Chandrayaan 2 landed, it would not accomplish its
Yeah, the orbiter is doing its job. Yeah.
But Chandrayaan 2, at least let people know that everything is not
Right.
okay. One part is working fantastically, even today, full of pain.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, last thing is, you mentioned about the propulsion module.
Yeah.
Which was there, now that has been brought back to us.
Right.
After lunar orbit, it has been brought back. It is yet another demonstration of the step that when we go for Chandrayaan. That's all.
Right. No, absolutely. I completely agree. So I agree I didn't mention the other instruments on Chandrayaan 3. So one of my criteria for selection was that had they had a peer-reviewed paper in the recent past. So I know that Ramba folks are working on a paper. It's upcoming. So my criteria was a recent paper that was published. In that sense, I didn't mention it.
Later when I was telling Ramba, and the other instrument is ILSA, it looks like a Russian.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
What will sending a manned mission to the moon by India achieve which an unmanned mission won't, apart from rally routes?
So,
there's a reason why only the US is sending a manned mission. It's expensive, it's dangerous. Why send a man?
So, I mean, other than the political reasons to do so, I'll focus on the scientific ones. So it's, I mean, why even do human spaceflight, right, in the first place? Other than the exploration parts, the reasons they get sanctioned in the first place is because it's tied to political fame and other things. But let's not go there. From a purely scientific standpoint, if you look at what the Apollo missions have taught us about the moon, no robotic missions, like all of the robotic missions combined, have not been able to teach us about the moon as much as the Apollo missions have, simply because having a human in loop while you are, sort of, I'm sure Mark can speak more about this, but having a human in loop which can help you select rocks more effectively, being in line, being in tune with mission control to that end, having a, sort of back end of scientists, and that entire process becomes much more efficient when you send humans to the moon, especially if they are trained in geology, which is what you saw with the Apollo 15, 16, and 17 missions, where the scientific output was relatively far, far more than the 11, 12, and 14 missions. So that's one part to it. The second part to it is that you could say, okay, well, the Apollo missions are done and dusted, so in that sense, why go back? The reason is simple. Just like Earth, places on the moon are not the same as other places on the moon. You have geological diversity, and each place teaches you something else, not just about the moon, but also about Earth, the solar system, and so on and so forth. So just like robotic missions, and I mentioned a few examples of Chandrayaan as well, have taught you about the moon in a unique way, purely because of its landing site being different. Getting samples through humans in bulk, in high volumes, is going to be just magnificent from a purely scientific standpoint, which is something that you can't really have with robots. And you could make an argument that, okay, maybe we'll send 15 robotic missions, sample return missions in place of one human one, but that will never fly politically. You will never be able to get approval for 15 robotic sample return missions, realistically speaking, even if they might end up giving you something similar. So in that sense, that value to a human being there is intellectually relevant.
If that's the case, why hasn't any other country sent a human mission since 1960?
Because that's also, okay, that's a good question, but at the same time, I feel like it's sort of, it doesn't take into account many other factors, which is, it is scientifically relevant to send humans to the moon and Mars and so other things, yes, but it's not cheap either, and human lives are at stake, so it's not like we are going there just for the science. Other than the political parts, you also want to ensure that, you bring them back safely, and the sheer task of taking on building an environmental control and life support system is insane. That has to work throughout with multiple redundancies, ideally dissimilar, and to make the spacecraft element stacks, the rocket stack, and so on. It's a very, very huge undertaking. It's extremely expensive. Even at the height of the Apollo program, the US could not justify that spending, and which is why you could see that since it was clear that you had won the space race as part of of the Cold War, you could not no longer sustain Apollo 18, 19, 20, and they were cancelled. So it's not a matter of technological possibility at all, which is what people usually associate with moon missions. It's a matter of that investment being relevant when there are so many other things to be done as well. So it's a balance. So in that sense, no one else has done it precisely because of that. However, well, now you see China has announced their plans to land humans on the moon by 2030, and I'm sort of certain that they will do it regardless of the US doing it or not, because their lunar exploration program has been independent, and we should sort of take note of that, is that Chang'e 3, when it landed on the moon, it sent waves across Earth in the space community because they saw a modern autonomous lander making it to the moon with a set of technologies that weren't present before, and that is why you saw Artemis being revived. It's not, they could have revived it in the early 2000s or the 90s also, but between the water discovery on the moon and between Chang'e 3 is why Artemis even exists in the first place. So yeah, now you are seeing, now that China thinks that it can allocate a certain percentage of its budget to space exploration and human spaceflight and build an entire space station in Earth orbit and operate it like, it's a crazy thing to do. So now they actually think they can do this, and so they will do it.
Chandrayaan 3 are rangers or surveyors and Soviet Lunar spacecraft. They are all scouting missions for human explorers.
Absolutely.
No amount of robotic exploration will satisfy humans. Why people go and climb Mount Everest? What do they get out of it? We are an exploratory species. That is why we are.
Absolutely. Okay. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah. Can you hear me? All right. I know we're running late, so I will try to keep this moving, and maybe we can have a bigger chat or question and answers. I'm going to talk about Pratush, which is an experiment that my group and I have proposed to ISRO. And by the end of this talk, I hope I'm able to convince you that not only is it interesting to understand the moon as a place, as an analog to how the Earth formed, as a place where humans can potentially habitate, but also as a place that we can use as a base to study the universe, okay? And that's what Pratush is going to be about. Okay, so very quickly, this is my group. We also have a lot of students who come through our lab as part of internship programs. So if anyone in the audience is interested, you can look us up. Okay, so I'm going to spend a few minutes on this slide, and after that, we'll go faster, okay? So in your wristband, there's a word called cosmology. Cosmology is basically the study of the universe as a whole, as opposed to astrophysics or astronomy, where you study galaxies, stars, planets, etc. So it's all nuance. But cosmology is essentially the study of the universe as a whole. So you try to answer questions like, how old is the universe? How big is the universe? When did stars and galaxies form in the universe as a whole? All right. And so most of you might have heard this popular term called the Big Bang. In technical jargon, our current model of the universe is something that we call as the lambda CDM. Cosmological constant stands for lambda, which you may popularly also have heard of something called as dark energy. We don't know much about that. CDM stands for cold dark matter. We don't know much about that. But we do think these two things make up most of the universe. And matter that you and I are made up of, this table, the moon, the earth is made up of, matter that you and I can touch and feel. Technically, we call that baryonic matter. Okay, so these are the three big constituents of the universe, and that is something we have come to understand from this field of cosmology. So if I take you to the left of this slide and come all the way to the right, there is some point in space-time that we call a singularity. We'll just call it T0, okay? The moment the universe begins. This is not a very good representation because when you say T0, then you can ask, what happens before that? We don't know if there was a before that, all right? But let us say we start from that as the starting point. Within a few minutes, all the matter that you and I are made up of, all the matter, all the baryonic matter in the universe existed in the form of plasma, okay? Hot soup of electrons, protons, some helium nuclei, and some few other atoms. All of this, everything that you and I think of as matter in the universe was created within those first 3 minutes, all right? Gradually, the universe expanded, and when the universe expanded, it cooled down enough for this plasma to become matter the way you understand it as atoms, okay? So mostly the universe is made up of hydrogen and some helium atoms at that point of time. No other big elements, no iron, no silicon, none of that. All of that formed in the stars, in the cores of stars and explosions, all right? For the longest time, the universe was just filled with radiation or light and then matter in the form of hydrogen and helium. Gradually, at some point, we know that the very first sources of radiation, like stars and galaxies, formed. And then eventually we come to this point where we are sitting, where there have been several generations of these stars that have been born, that have died in explosions, created more matter, created matter like heavy elements that formed the Earth, that formed the planets, that formed the moon. Okay? So two big problems in this timeline are, like I said, we don't understand very much what happens after that T0, the very first few billions of a second. We don't really understand what happens. This period is called inflation. The second big problem, big gap, and none of our models of theoretical models, measurements have been able to solve, is when and how the first stars and galaxies formed. What were they made of? Did they resemble the stars and galaxies you look around you today? Were they something different? How did the radiation from these stars and galaxies go on to interact with the matter in the universe after that? So this is going to be the main focus of my talk. So the period when the first stars and galaxies formed, we call as cosmic dawn appropriately, when the first light begins. And gradually, we do think that the radiation from these stars and galaxies went on to reionize most of this hydrogen in the universe. So that period is called epoch of reionization. So I won't get into the details of the signal, but I'll tell you how to read this plot. On the x-axis is frequency. So we're talking about a radio signal to measure and understand this period of formation of the first stars and galaxies and reionization. So the frequency axis goes from about tens of megahertz to 200 megahertz. On the y-axis is a temperature unit, and you'll notice that the temperature goes in parts in negative temperature, which makes no sense in Kelvin. But the way to look at this is that you're looking at the contrast of the radiation from hydrogen from the light behind it. So it's radio intensity that we convert to temperature units. So it's a contrast measurement, so you can see things negative and positive. And the amplitude of this is in units of millikelvin. Okay, the lowest temperature you can possibly go to in physics is 0 Kelvin. This is millikelvin. For contrast, space around you, if you go stick a thermometer in outer space and you somehow make it work, the temperature of that is about 3 Kelvin. This is colder than outer space. So it's very, very, very faint. And at some points, it goes to maybe maximum of about 100 millikelvin, some places, positive in 20 millikelvin or so. So what we are able to, from the mathematics of this signal, interpret are things like when the first stars and galaxies formed, what kind of radiation they emit, how did they interact, how did this radiation interact with the surrounding gas, and hence, how did the future stars and galaxies come to form, okay? So if you think that this is, okay, fine, you can predict something like this, the problem is you can't. you don't understand enough about the physics of the early universe to be able to answer this question mathematically or analytically or in a computer. You can't solve this problem. So just to show you, all those colorful lines are one of the many, many possible models that can come from this process of the formation of the first stars and galaxies. And the dashed black line was a reported detection by an experiment in 2018, and that clearly looks nothing like those theoretical models. None of those, they're all predictions, they're all models, predictions, just from standard physics, nothing exotic. And the black dashed line is something that was reported to be a detection, but that has since then been rejected by our group with a ground-based experiment, but the field is still out. They have confirmed it, we have rejected it, someone else needs to be measuring it again, and that's how this goes. So like I said, that was the dashed blue signal is the same thing that you saw in the previous plot in black dashed. That was the experiment called EDGES, comes from the US, observes in Australia. So our group has a series of experiments called SARAS, and the SARAS-3 telescope, which is shown in this picture here on the right, is a floating radio telescope. It observes the radio sky over this frequency range in remote radio quiet locations. I'll tell you why it floats on water very soon, but this experiment has experimentally rejected that claim of the detection. So we had the sensitivity to be able to measure that dashed blue line. We didn't see it. So if it is a cosmological signal, you should be able to see it anywhere in any experiment because it doesn't come to you from a specific direction in the sky. It comes to you from all over the universe, right? So you should have been able to see that. We didn't see it, so we have rejected that in a publication. So now, very quickly, I won't go into too many details, but what are the challenges to detecting this type of signal? The experiments to detect this signal have been going on for like 20, 30 years. Okay, and the EDGES detection was the closest thing that came to a detection after 20, 30 years of trying to look for it. The problems are the following. First of all, the universe is conspiring against you. I mean that very jocularly, but we sit in a galaxy, and the galaxy is very, very bright. Okay, so just as you look out into the night sky and you see that the moon is bright, or morning you look out and the sun is bright, all of that is in optical. At radio frequencies, the brightest thing you see, other than the sun when it is active, is our own galaxy. And we are sitting in this bubble of our galaxy, which is very bright over radio frequency, trying to measure the signal that comes to us from when the universe is maybe 100 million years old, right? Today the universe is about 14 billion years old. We are trying to look back about 13.9 or 13.8 billion years back, okay, and trying to make this detection. So, and we are trying to do all of that sitting in a hot bubble of noise, radio noise. So we do various ways to model our galactic emission. And eventually what we kind of expect, and this has also been measured, is that when you take an antenna and you measure the temperature of the sky or the equivalent brightness of the sky as a function of frequency or the same frequency range, you will see something like this. You see a very smooth type of a curve over the same frequency range of about 100 megahertz. But the temperature values there are about 1 million times stronger than the signal you're trying to measure. Okay? So it's a 1 part per million detection problem, which is like trying to find one specific drop of water in like a 30, 40 liter water tank. Okay? That is a kind of challenge. So we have to figure out ways to separate our galactic emission from this cosmological signal, and we have different mathematical algorithms we have come up with to do that. So this is just like a simulation plot showing that if I apply this algorithm on a data set, a simulated data set, which has our own galaxy's bright emission and the signal we want sitting in it, we are able to recover the signal, which is the bottom plot here, the red color one. And mathematically, if we do an ideal experiment, we have tools to separate the signal we are looking for from the galaxy's emission. So this is what an ideal experiment in our case looks like, okay? You have an antenna of a radio telescope. It sits on a surface. It's connected to some electronics which does something what we call calibration, which tells you if I put in so much power, this is what I will measure. Then it connects to a digital receiver, which basically, as the name suggests, it digitizes the data that comes from this analog receiver. and then you put it into a computer and you do some analysis. Sounds straightforward. This is what happens in practice, okay? This is a messy experiment. It is extremely challenging to be able to build an experiment that retains the signal integrity to 1 part per million, okay? Some of the things that can go wrong are the following, okay? You have the antenna. The antenna has, like I said, has a beam, okay? Like you can imagine your phone has an antenna in it. It has a very directive beam. You would have seen the dish antenna on your terrace that will have an antenna beam. A beam is nothing but the sensitivity function of your antenna, okay? It has different values in different directions. The important thing for this experiment is that over the entire frequency range of your detection that you're trying to attempt, you want your beam to be very, very stable. It has to stare at the same patch of sky over the entire frequency range. Because if it looks at different directions at different frequencies, it is actually looking through different parts of the galaxies at different frequencies. That means your spectrum that I showed you is no longer smooth. It is going to have shapes. That means your algorithm that will separate your signal from your galaxy will fail. So you have to retain the shape of your beam to be stable over the full frequency range. And if any of you are familiar with antenna design, that is very, very hard. The second part is that you have things like your data analysis methods could be wrong. You could be throwing some algorithms at it that you may deduce the signal is present, but actually it's a false positive, and vice versa. You could have a false negative. All kinds of checks and balances in the statistics of your data analysis are important. So everything I pointed out in pink are experiment design problems that you have to get right no matter where you do this experiment. The things in blue are the things I want to focus on a bit. First of all, a big problem for this experiment or these kinds of experiments are terrestrial human-made radio frequency interference. So if you had paid any attention to the frequency range I mentioned, about 100 megahertz or so, that is exactly where your FM radio operates, okay? So all your 95, 94.3 in your FM stations, that's actually the frequency in megahertz of your radio station of transmission. And there are radio transmitters transmitting at megawatts of power, okay? And this is very, very bright. This will saturate all of your electronics. So you have to go and hunt out radio quiet regions typically that are very sparsely populated, but that also means you have to be away from military operations where they are not communicating because it's some remote border area, right? You have to go find the right radio quiet location for this experiment. The second is you have ionosphere around the Earth, and the ionosphere can do the same thing that a wobbling antenna beam can do. So even if you have a perfectly stable antenna beam looking at the same patch of sky or the whole frequency range, the ionosphere over you can refract radio waves from different directions of the galaxy into your beam, which means again you can have funny shapes in your data that makes the experiment very challenging. And third, which is very subtle but which means it's more complicated and difficult to model, is that when you design an antenna perfectly and you place this antenna over, say, soil, or you model the soil, there's only so much modeling you can do until your antenna that is sensitive to 1 part per million starts seeing things like rocks below your surface, stratification in the soil that you're sitting on, and that again is going to mess up your final spectrum. So a solution to get away from all of these three is to go to the far side of the moon, okay? There is good reason to believe that the far side of the moon, that is the face of the moon you don't see from Earth, is radio quiet, and this has been measured experimentally decades ago using some experiments from the US. And just very quickly, you can see the panel on the left. It's noisier than the middle panel when the satellite has gone behind the moon, and the noise comes back up when the Earth is back in view. So this is radio frequency noise from Earth. And more recent experiments have shown that you can, basically you see Earthshine that we heard from another speaker. You see it not just in optical, but you also see it in radio. But the radio Earthshine is the Earth's man-made or human-made RFI. Right? So you can technically receive FM radio on the near side of the moon. So there have also been simulations on the right that I showed you. The darker the region, the more radio quiet it is. Okay? So I hope I've convinced you that the far side of the moon is radio quiet. So this is what we want to do. This is an illustration of what Pratush would look like. The experiment, the satellite-like object here is Pratush, and that will observe the radio sky over 55 to 110 megahertz when on the far side of the moon, when it's both in shadow of the Earth and the Sun, because the Sun is radio loud, the Earth is radio loud. So when you're in the what we call the shadow region of Earth and the Sun, it will make radio measurements of the sky, and then we will have enough sensitivity after integrating over several orbits to be able to go down to the signal, and we are no longer plagued by those systematic instrument effects that you see uniquely on Earth. So here that's a summary of exactly the same thing I said. We have proposed this project to ISRO a few years ago, and we received seed funding for the project, and with that we have been able to build a lab model of the Pratush electronics. And we plan to do this in 2 phases, mostly because launch opportunities to the moon are far and few. So the first phase will go and do this around the Earth, being fully aware that the Earth is radio loud, and we will see a lot of RFI. But I'll come to some radio quiet pockets we are expecting soon. So the first phase is partly technology demonstration, partly science, and eventually we want to go to phase 2 lunar orbit. And no, I don't have a timeline of launch. Most likely, Chandrayaan 6 seems to be the most logical launch where we can try to join the Chandrayaan plan of missions. And we are also considering other space agencies, but hopefully we will go with ISRO on Chandrayaan 6. So quickly, this is the status. The very funny gray looking thing is actually our antenna. You will notice it is not like a traditional dish or a parabola type of thing, because our requirements are very different. We don't want a narrow focused beam, that a parabola can help you focus, because we're not really looking at one direction of the sky. We want a large beam because the signal comes to us from all directions, and we want that large beam, like I said, to be stable across frequency, and this design helps us achieve that. Aural electronics sits right below the antenna. That's the payload as well as the spacecraft electronics. And this is the current status in the lab where we've been making measurements, and I'll quickly come to that. Some more details just for reference. That is like an average sized human adult standing next to the antenna. So everything is about 1 meter high, and that is determined by the frequency range of operation. Okay, so that sets the size of your antenna, so it's about 1 meter in size. And all the electronics are reasonably compact, but we're working with SAC Ahmedabad to further miniaturize our electronics and reduce its power, mass, volume requirements. So this is the plot that tells you that on several nights, typically about 45 nights of testing our electronics of Pratush in the lab, we are able to reach the noise levels to be able to make that signal detection. But this is not connected to the antenna. We're not looking at space yet. But just the electronics itself in the lab is qualified and now rated to be able to make a signal detection. But to make this jump from the lab to the field has been the challenge in ground-based experiments because of those 3 problems I mentioned. And hopefully when Pratush flies, those 3 problems we will be able to overcome, and we have the necessary sensitivity in the electronics to make a detection. So, sorry? Yes, this is like the thermal noise of the instrument. And we are limited by thermal noise at the millikelvin level. Yeah. So if the signal was present, we should be able to see it. Yeah. So very quickly I mentioned that we plan to do this in phases because launch opportunities around the Earth are much more frequent. It's lower in cost. So we thought, why not explore the possibility of doing Pratush first phase around Earth? And for that, we built a global database of FM transmitters. Some of these are publicly available, just from ham operators and government agencies. And where there are missing gaps, we have been able to fill that in statistically. And we do find that there are some pockets, the dark blue regions, that are radio quiet in our frequency range. But remember, this is only FM. We have not factored in Starlink, which is a big problem. We have not factored in other satellites that are moving around. But to the first order, it's not like it's all radio loud. So there are possibilities of some traces around the Earth. Maybe few nights of short orbiting will tell us if this map is correct or not, because it is built on a statistical model. So this was done by an undergrad student who worked with us over the summer, and we're writing it up for a publication very soon. So this is another version of that map. Okay, so quickly on the left is the current status of these types of experiments as measured by experiments on Earth. So all the gray lines is the standard models that I mentioned, which we have not yet ruled out. So the discovery space is still quite wide open. All the things in maroon are models that we have ruled out with the Saras experiment. On the right are mostly, it's a zoom in of those gray models. Everything in blue is what we think will be sensitive to in Earth orbit, assuming that FM map that I showed you, without assuming all the other satellites, etc. The combination of both red and blue is what we will be sensitive to when in lunar orbit, making observations of the sky on the far side of the moon, in the shadow of the Earth and the sun. So, I don't expect you to read that table, but we are not the only ones trying to do this, clearly. That is a list of many of the experiments that have been proposed, and many of them still in the running from across the world, space agencies and universities, institutes across the world that are trying to do this on the lunar far side. Some of these are landers, some of these are orbiters, some of these very futuristic are trying to use in-situ resource utilization to manufacture and lay antennas on the far side of the moon, don't know, maybe decades from now. There is another ambitious one that tries to use a crater of the moon as the parabolic dish for a radio telescope, and they have robots that launch claw-like things that will go and lift the receiver up. So there are very ambitious plans, but it's a very competitive space. Again, here we have the same players, ESA, NASA, China, etc. But I just want to leave this talk on a note that while we discuss the moon as an interesting object in itself, or as place where humans may go settle, it's important for us to be responsible about how we use the moon. So some of us who want to use the moon as an observatory on the far side are trying to put in an effort to make sure that we maintain the far side as a pristine region for experimentation, for science, radio quiet, optically quiet, so that we can't do this on Earth anymore. And this is our best shot at being able to do this kind of science. So we should make sure that we are responsible about how we use this pristine environment. So that's the summary of everything I told you. There's a lot of rich information in the signal from the cosmic dawn. We have to do this experiment at radio frequencies where conditions on Earth are challenging for practical reasons. And an orbiter in space around the moon in a cislunar orbit is going to give us a very good shot at making this potentially what we have been told is Nobel Prize-worthy discovery. It's a big gap in science, so that's what we want to do. I'll stop there and take questions. Thanks.
Thanks for the great talk. So with the moon's far side being mostly radio quiet and having zones of radio quietness, but there's another factor. I was not sure if that was accounted or not. The Chinese Chichao orbiters, both Chichao 1 and Chichao 2, are on the other side of the moon, right?
Yeah.
And of course the other orbiters, which may be polar, equatorial, Lyra, or other orbits, they will keep passing by the far side. So maybe those you can sort of reject on the basis of knowing their orbits and not taking observations there or accounting for it. But with satellites like Chichao, how do you handle that?
Yeah. This is not a solved problem in the sense that not just the existing satellites out there, but again, it's going to get busy very fast. And right now, there is no regulation on frequency of transmission, how responsible you are with your radio loudness. There are various organizations, including interventions at the UN, International Astronomical Union. There are meetings that happen about this, but right now there is nothing formally signed across countries. In terms of beacon signals that are used for communications, they are typically okay because, like you said, they come once in a while, they're at a spot frequency, you can flag them. That's what we do even on Earth in those radio quiet places. Problems come from the power systems of most satellites that have switching signals and that are broadband. And that is a problem even with Starlink. It is not the communication radio frequency, it is the power systems. And that, right now there is no regulation, but hopefully there is a conversation around it, not a solved problem right now.
Just a quick follow-up to that.
Yeah.
In principle, is this something that can be solved by working with these spacecraft?
Yes. Yes, and I think Starlink has already been contacted by LOFAR, so the European team has been talking to Starlink about this. I think they have been doing something in the newer versions, but again, for the moon, it is not as regulated yet.
So the same would also apply for the Chinese?
Yes, yes. Yeah, but there, again, it's every individual experiment and that space agency has to keep this in mind. So individually, hopefully everyone is responsible, and again, once there is some regulation, then people respect that, yeah.
My question was more or less similar,
Yeah.
in the sense that to maintain the same for yourself.
Yes.
How did you plan to transmit the data to the Earth? Only
Yeah.
when you
Yes.
pass the
Yes.
far side, and then when you're near side, then on the side?
Yes. So because we are going to be on the far side, we can't transmit anyway. So there are two. Yes. Right. So our plan is to transmit downlink data to Earth when on the near side and observe on the far side. And when on the far side, switch off all non-essential systems and only have our important essential things working. And I didn't emphasize much on this, but there is a detail in this box, which is that red dashed line, which is we have to take every single precaution for our own experiment success, that we are not radiating, because again, we will see it in our own data. So you go all the way to the far side of the moon and you are being radio loud and you are creating the noise. So we have to do the necessary protections here to make sure we are not radio loud. But yeah, those are the kinds of measures we have to take, yeah.
So if I got this right,
Yeah.
CMBR was to locate the microwave radiation.
Yes.
You are trying to locate radio.
Yes. Yes.
So why look for radio signal from the wavelength?
Right. So, okay. So CMBR comes to us from when the universe is about 400,000 years old. That's when the first atoms have just formed. What we are looking for, at that point, after that, the CMBR stops interacting with matter. So after redshifting from that time zone, it comes to us at microwave. The signal we are seeing is not CMBR. What we're actually seeing is the hydrogen itself, the hydrogen in the universe, can emit a signal at 21 centimeters in the local rest frame, so which is about 1420 megahertz. That hydrogen at 1420 megahertz from when the universe was about 100 million years old, today comes to us at hundreds of megahertz. What we're looking at is the evolution of hydrogen in the universe, matter, it's not radiation. We're trying to trace the evolution of matter in the universe as a whole from when stars did not exist to when the first stars formed and the hydrogen got reionized. So that is what the signal traces. And that happens to be in the radio band because we're looking for the redshifted hydrogen signal, not the microwave background.
Another question is, which would be the quietest place on Earth for FM radio?
Yes.
Quiet,
Yes.
South Pole, north of, top of Mount Everest?
Yeah. So the kinds of places we have gone to are what we have found to be the most radio quiet are Andamans, because low civilization and no really need for too many FM transmitters. We have done these RFI surveys, we have data to prove it. Ladakh is promising, not all parts of Ladakh, some parts of Ladakh are promising. We've also done measurements in Svalbard, which is an Arctic station. So we have done all of these. And the data from Saras 3 was actually in North Karnataka. These are the backwaters of Sharavati, which were radio quiet in 2018, but are no longer radio quiet. So this is changes with time. But you want, yeah. South Pole, Antarctica has radio FM stations, but yes, you're right in the sense that the Antarctic belt is reasonably radio quiet. That's what I'm showing in this plot here. But this is like a bird's eye view from up 400 kilometers. You want to be in a valley. South Pole is on a hill. It's really high. So the higher you are, the larger your line of sight is. You want to be in a valley in the South Pole. That's technically ideal. Yes. Well, we are not quite out there. Oceans are also radio quiet, again, but there are small islands are not factored in this because we just don't have the resolution. But yes, open waters, oceans are still promising. It's just technically challenging. It's still possible. Yes. Yes, water will change your propagation properties. And again, it does the same things, not in the same rate, but it will change your beam propagation the same way the ionosphere will to some extent. Yeah. It's
there's a place called Point Nemo in South Pacific. Point furthest away from land.
Yes, I'm not quite sure is exactly, but there is an island called Marian Island, which is similar. It's very, very far off the coast of, I think, Cape Town. As far off the tip of South Africa. A very remote island. They have done this there. They have still not found the signal for, again, practical operating reasons.
You don't need land, right? Put Pratush on a boat, take it Point Nemo, it's the place furthest away from land.
We are doing these kinds of things with Saras, for example. Again, going to space is extremely challenging and complicated. So I'm not going to say that, it's complicated to do this on Earth in water, but it is a different type of complexity we have to deal with. But we are exploring these kinds of avenues. Right now, we have not had to do that. Right now, our challenge is less to do with RFI, because we have found RFI quiet places, like I said. It's more to do with these antenna interactions with its terrain, including water. That is the current limitation from our point of view. So it's not the radio quietness that has been the problem. Oh, where is that? Sorry. Yeah, it is this coupling to Earth effects, edge effects, losses, inhomogeneous medium. That is the limitation in our experiment right now. It is not the RFI quietness. Yeah. Yes, yes. I did not discuss the dark ages at all, but you're absolutely right. Yes, yes. Yeah, so very quickly what he's saying is that there is one part I didn't touch upon, which is this first bump here. That's called the dark ages, which is at very low frequencies, below about 40 megahertz. There the ionosphere itself cuts off all radio waves from the universe. Our Earth is opaque to radio waves below a certain frequency range, for which you have to go to the moon, or at least above the ionosphere anyway. So that's absolutely right, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Here.
Yes.
See, when you say radio quietness.
Yes.
Okay. The thing is, I think there is no such thing, maybe minimum.
Okay.
Because all the satellites will be sending telemetry.
Yes. Yes.
So it comes to nowadays, let us say, VHF and such things are too small.
Yeah.
So it comes in the microwave region of the electromagnetic spectrum. So continuously they will be radiating.
Yes.
And especially GPS.
Yes.
Radiates its signal that are not telemetry. It's navigation signals. It will be continuously emitting.
Right.
There is no such thing as radio quietness minimum.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So there is, as long as it is below the level of the signal that we are interested in, we are okay with it. Yes. Yeah.
So on the far side of the moon, probably radio quietness, no pollution.
Right. Yeah.
Earth side.
Yes.
But anyway, some spacecraft which are circling the moon
Will always be. Exactly. 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 Yeah. So things that come and go with time, we can manage. Yeah.
And you said that you will collect the data in lunar orbit on the far side of the moon.
Yes.
But when you come to the near side,
You will transmit.
yeah, that is the thing even Chandrayaan did.
Yes. Exactly.
Chandrayaan did.
Exactly.
In the case of even Soviet Lunar 3 spacecraft,
Yes.
it was the first spacecraft to take the picture of the far side of the moon.
Yes.
And because of link problems, when it came very near to Earth only, they
Right. Yeah. So many of the experiments that I listed on the last page are intended to be landers on the far side. So they're going to be continuously operating electronics at radio frequencies on the far side. Again, that's where this discussion internationally is important. yes. Yeah. Yes. I think one, two more at the back. Yeah. Is used for?
Is used for mapping the
Yes, 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 yes.
So, what exactly is the plan? Is the plan to make a map of 21 centimeter
Yeah.
all over? And you said that it's a highly competitive thing. So, is everyone just looking for 21
Yes.
centimeter to found it?
Yes, yes. Right. So 21 centimeter is the neutral hydrogen. When the electron and proton have different spins, when they transit that spin, they emit a photon at 21 centimeter. There's nothing special about 21 centimeter other than the fact that hydrogen is abundant in the universe. So we have seen 21 centimeter in our galaxy. We have used that to map our galaxy's rotation curve. You see it in other galaxies. So 21 centimeter is just a tool. There is only so far back in redshift that you can study with optical or, basically optical or UV. So James Webb can only go so deep. Everything we're talking about is deeper and further than that. So you have to go to radio. And when you think of radio, the first thing you think of is hydrogen and 21 centimeter. The mapping of the large scale structure can be done at different redshifts. So effectively you have like an interferometer, multiple radio telescopes that make these maps. And you see fluctuations of pockets of more hydrogen, less hydrogen, and that's the map you're talking about. The same thing can be done for hydrogen way back when, this period that I mentioned, cosmic dawn. There are experiments that aim to do that on Earth, and the same kinds of experiments are also planned from the lunar far side as an array of radio telescopes. So that is one way to study this, and that tells you things like the scale of the radiation, how far the radiation goes from one galaxy before it ionizes regions around it. So it gives you spatial information. But it can do that only at narrow bands in frequency. So the signal that we're looking for, at certain slices you can make these maps just from instrument point of view. You can build many, many instruments to cover the gaps in that frequency range. What this is telling you is the average evolution of hydrogen in the universe as a whole. So this is like if I take all those blobs at a certain instant of time, how much of the hydrogen is neutral and how much of it is still ionized. That's what this tells you. So you can at one shot look through the age of the universe from when it is tens of millions years old after Big Bang to maybe like a billion years old in one measurement. That's what this is. But that's just a different way of getting the same data. Yeah.
Something to add on why 21 centimeter, right?
Yeah.
So like it is what we actually call a forbidden transition.
Yes, yes.
So it is extremely rare. Not
Yes.
that it's forbidden, it's extremely rare.
Yes.
And since we have abundance of hydrogen in the universe, we can detect it. Now what this tells you is that it basically, light did not exist in that time. So it is when stars formed that the universe had light.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So when you're looking through optical telescope, you're looking at basically when stars or the reionization period.
Yes.
You are trying to look further than that.
Yes.
Into an opaque or let's say a dark universe.
Yes.
Right? And
Yes.
that is why this 21 centimeter is extremely important. It tells you about the temperature, it tells you about the density,
Yes.
spatial arrangement and everything. Now that's just to add on. My question was, so when you tried to, let's say, detect the signal, right? When you tested it in your lab itself, was that an RRI itself? Yes.
Which one?
There was a prototype, yes.
Yes, yeah.
That was an RRI.
Yes.
So RRI, we know it's not a radial point radial.
Yeah. So, yeah, Bangalore, yes.
So, how did you, let's say, filter out the exact signal?
Yeah. Yeah, so this has no sky signal in it. This was done in the lab at RRI, where you take the electronics and you terminate the electronics with a module that mimics the antenna. So we have not connected the antenna to the experiment at this stage. This is just to characterize the noise intrinsic to the receiver without sky coming in. So we do this in parts. We test the antenna separately and make sure it matches simulations. We test the electronics separately to make sure that It doesn't have a feature sitting in it that you will see no matter what you do. If we see the signal here, that means something is wrong with our experiment. We are not supposed to see it. But we should make sure that the noise is at the level where if the signal was present, we are able to see it. That's what this test is. Very soon, like about a month or maybe 2 months from now, we will be going to a kind of radio quiet place close to Bangalore, just to connect the antenna and the receiver and check off that test. Eventually, we'll go to a radio quiet place. But this experiment, the way it is shown here, cannot operate on Earth. This antenna is not meant to operate on Earth. It is supposed to operate in free space. So we have to figure out how to test that, but on Earth. What actually is supposed to operate on Earth is the Saras experiment, because that antenna is designed to operate on soil, on Earth, on what? On land. Yeah.
Is there any way to shield the noise, like interference?
Well, you can sit in like a Faraday cage in an anechoic chamber in a room, but then you can't shield the RFI noise but let the sky signal through. That's not possible. So you have to go to a radio quiet place. Yeah. That's a lab model. It's not quite the same as an engineering model. There are some nuances, but this is all ground-based electronics, and we're actually now powering through batteries and not through solar panels or anything. But this is like a lab model. It's a functioning lab model.
How far away you from making actual flight model?
Flight model we won't make until we get some project approvals or some various stages of approvals. But we will be making a better version of the engineering model, more compact, more lightweight, more like the closer to the flight model, like an engineering model. Very soon we are in works with SAC Ahmedabad for that. Yes, we'll do all of that. Yeah, it's just that we'll be using something that can quickly be swapped out for flight grade, but it will be mil spec or some lab ground based. I don't know, we'll talk to IAA Crest maybe. Yeah. But I think ISRO has facilities that will be, ISRO has facilities, yeah. Yeah, ISRO has some facilities. Yeah. Yeah, the satellite integration, they have to test the whole satellite together, so we'll.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank very much to everyone who is here, who spoke and asked questions and listened, and all that why we call it Galaxy Forum? Because Moon is we can't stop humans from going out. So, and Moon is a stepping stone to the galaxy. This is our first destination, besides, as Steve Durst, the director of ILOA, calls it, it's eighth continent. It's our eighth continent. And what I wanted to add to this is that somewhere in GLEX, last week, they were mentioning that space exploration is necessary, is serving humanity. Well, what I would like to say, that space exploration is saving the humanity. We have to save ourselves, we have to explore, we have to go out in space. We just can't survive on our single planet, no. We need to go out. Thank you very much. If anyone wants to add something, you're very welcome.
One question for all the speakers. There was something called the WOW signal, which came, WOW signal, at the Big Ear telescope in the observatory in Ohio. That we say is the closest thing that we have observed to a extraterrestrial signal. What is the conclusion among scientists today about the WOW signal? Was it terrestrial? Was it extraterrestrial?
Mayuri, do you know it was in radio? It was actually a comet. Actually, it was, it's still a big topic on, they say, wow, signals were detected, but actually it was signal from a comet. Comets are not very radio quiet, it turns out to be, and it was a comet signal. Yes, that's the conclusion. That's what I read about. I think you also read about it. Yeah. That happened. I don't remember exactly, but there is an article about it. I don't exactly remember now, but now we know that comets do produce radio signals. Yeah, you can check you can check on Google, but it was from a passing comet. Later it was.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, I think all of you had a very nice time and enlightening one. I'm sure about it. All the 5 speakers. Steve also spoke. Of course, he could not be present here. But anyway, I'm sure at least it was very enlightening for me to learn a lot about the moon. Okay, first let us thank ILOA and Galaxy Forum 2025 India, okay, for organizing a lecture series, this program here. And kindly do come to Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium. We have many popular lectures and many other programs. And we kindly go through our website. We will be announcing a lot special programs like this, or even our regular programs. We do a lot to tell the general public or the apprised general public about the latest developments in the domain of space and astronomy, both at the global level as well as in India. So once again, thank you very much. Thanks to Margarita and all the speakers. In absence, Steve. And thanks a lot. And good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.